Would members of the Joint Licensing and Standards Committee and Public Works and Infrastructure Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum. Would members of the committees please take your seats, please?
Hi, Councillor. Good.
There's a couple of friendly amendments on the parklets.
Okay.
We didn't want to delegate the authority on if, like, say, neighbors are complaining. We still wanted that to go to community council, so we kind of goofed up. So
Okay.
we've got those all ready to go. It should be.
Okay.
Would members of the Licensing and Standards Committee and Public Works and Infrastructure Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum.
I think we have quorum.
Would members of the committee please take their seats? Thank you. Since quorum is present, I will be calling this meeting to order. So for your information, the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting location has been changed to Committee Room 2. If you are here for this committee, they are meeting in Committee Room 2. Can I please have a motion for the election of the chair?
I've got a motion ready. I'd like to recommend to the committee that Councillor Cesar Palacio chair today's meeting on behalf of the joint committees.
Those in favor? Any opposed?
Sorry, Councillor Mamalady.
Okay.
I'm going to wait another year or so.
Well, we do have a quorum. Good morning, everyone. And first I want to welcome to the first meeting of the joint committees of the Licensing Standards Committee and Public Works and Infrastructure. As Councilor Robinson, thank you for selecting me as the chair. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the members of council of both standing committees of council and members of the public who are present and those who are watching the proceedings online. I would like to remind everyone that you can find the agenda for today's meeting or the supplementary materials submitted to the city clerk for this meeting at www.toronto.ca/council. Both standing committees of council gratefully acknowledges that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit Nation, the Haudenosaunee, and the Huron-Wendat, and homes to many diverse indigenous peoples. Any conflicts of interest to be declared under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Members? None? None noted. The speakers. We have a list of speakers. Yes, you are. As we don't have any communications. So we have one item on the agenda, and that's JC.1, the harmonized by law and fees for sidewalk cafes, parklets, and marketing displays. We also have, it's going to be a lengthy list of speakers, so therefore I have a motion before we get to a presentation from city staff that I'd like to move. Can I have in essence, is to reduce the speaking time for all members of council and members of the public, as well as to allow members of the public who wants to speak and they haven't had an opportunity to register to do so. So that's what the motions are for. So on that, all those in favor? Please. Yeah, that's fine, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, so there is a request to split the two motions. Motion number one, all those in favor? Against? Carries. The recommendation number 2. The recommendation number 2 is that the length of public presentations be limited to 3 minutes. All those in favor? Against? It carries. Thank you. We'll get to that, Councilor Mamdini. So now we have a presentation from city staff, and that's going to be a joint presentation from Municipal Licensing Standards and as well as our City of Toronto Transportation Division and Public Realm. Councilor Maulidi. Councilor Mamolidi, you're absolutely right. And actually, on this one, I have a friendly reminder to everyone that, first, in terms of motions should be made before the councilor speaks. And so on the subject, the motions should be in writing, signed, concise, and unambiguous. With regards to quorum, we are going to need 7 members of the committees to be present at all the time. If you are planning to leave the room, please make sure that we are going to have quorum. And if needed, we'll have the lunch break between 12:30 and 1:30. And I'm very optimistic, Councilor Mamolidi, that probably is...
I would love to do that right now so that we know that we're going to be working through our lunch to finish this item. I don't think it's unreasonable.
To work through lunch, if needed. Members of the committee, we have a motion from Councilor Mamolidi that, if needed, that we work through lunch to finish the item. Yeah, so if we're not done, so that's the motion that's before us. All those in favor? Against? It carries. Thank you. So we'll get to the presentation, and to our city staff, more power to you. And the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Good morning. We're here, Tracy Cook and I, Barbara Gray, are here to give you an overview of the proposal for harmonized bylaws for sidewalk cafes and marketing areas. So we all know that sidewalk cafes and marketing areas are quite important to the culture and vibrancy of Toronto streets. We understand that the economic and population growth in the city has really blossomed over the last, decade, I would say, but it has resulted certainly in more people using our streets and sidewalks, and I think you'll find this especially true in the central part of the city and in the more dense areas of the neighborhoods. And sidewalk space, while it is predominantly for walking, also balances many demands, and that includes walking space that is adequate for people of all ages and abilities, cafes and marketing displays by permit, street furniture, trees and landscaping, signs, and utilities. So we were here in April. We didn't do a joint committee at that time. We did 2 separate presentations, both on sort of the design side of this proposal and then also on the administrative and enforcement side of the proposal. And we're happy to be here today. We actually went back and did, as the council directed, a fair bit more consultation with a number of groups. And we cemented the vision and goals for this bylaw harmonization that we would have. Now we have multiple bylaws, 6 different bylaws, in fact, that govern sidewalk cafes across the city, that creates confusion and frustration and inefficiencies and actually limits options for businesses. And so the goals are to address accessibility as the city grows in population density, provide businesses with more cafe options, and simplify and update the fees. There really is not a one-size-fits-all. It's a very contextual type of program. And the goals specifically for the program are around safety and accessibility, vibrancy, so balancing that activity and the animation with local needs for livability, economic prosperity, so supporting our businesses and their economic growth by providing more design options and a balanced approach to implementation, and then design excellence, so ensuring that we have high quality, well-designed cafes that enhance our public realm and the cafe experience. So we've done a fair amount of consultation, in fact, going back to stakeholders, including the BIAs and accessibility advocates and design professionals over the summer. And really over the past 2.5 years, we've had an ongoing dialogue with the community on this issue. And what we found from that consultation the last 6 months was there was support for more design options and flexibility. We heard this from both businesses and residents, as well as our work with the BIAs. And then we also found that people were very interested in ensuring that we adapted the standards to street and neighborhood characteristics. It made sense to be very contextual, and I think you'll see that in our recommendation. So a couple of features of the proposed bylaw. Again, context is key. So there's a lot of conversation and question about the sidewalk, the clearway standards. So like Toronto, other cities in Ontario set their own sidewalk design standards based on local context and need. The province has an AODA minimum dimension of 1.5 meters, but most cities in Ontario set their own minimum standard. And in fact, Toronto's has been 2 or 2.1 minimum since about the 80s. And those requirements come from East York, Etobicoke, Toronto, and York. Scarborough doesn't currently have a bylaw that allows sidewalk cafes or marketing, but again, we're proposing that these cafe standards would apply citywide. And that 2 or 2.1 minimum that standard allows 2 people to walk side by side and another person to pass, or 2 people in assistive devices to be able to pass each other on a sidewalk. So on a local road, which is often where we have flankages for cafes, we would have no less than 1.8 meters would be the clearway requirement. And for a marketing display, no less than 2.2 meters. On a collector or arterial road, so that's one of the busier throughways in the city where we tend to have a lot more activity, that standard clearway would be no less than 2.1 meters. And then on the downtown streets that have high pedestrian volumes, and I have a list of them on the next page where we would specify, we were asked to be more specific about this, and we were, there'd be no less than 2.5 meters of sidewalk clearway space where the sidewalk is at least 5 meters wide from building face to curb space. So where we already have wide sidewalks, giving more space up to the pedestrian clearway to accommodate the higher pedestrian volumes. Okay? These are the roads in downtown, or streets in downtown Toronto that we are going to be proposing to require wider sidewalks to accommodate high pedestrian volumes. Okay, some of the accessibility improvements that you're going to find in this proposal. We're sticking, of course, with the existing rules that require a 1 meter minimum width to the permit area for access with people with disabilities. We're also adding additional white cane detectable features for people who are visually impaired, have low or no vision, and those can be accommodated with fencing or planters. We heard a lot from people with accessibility needs, and especially people with low and no vision, that white cane detectable feature is really critical for how they navigate through the city. And so we've added that both a lower rail with a white cane can tap against, or planters that are closely enough spaced so that they can provide that, that accessibility component. We've also identified a gentle change in path so that there's not a sharp turn in the pedestrian pathway. It's a maximum of a 20-degree change in path. This is important for people who are trying to navigate through the city who would prefer to be in a straight line for their accessibility needs. We have looked to some other cities, including New York City, where in order to balance the sidewalk cafes and the accessibility needs, they've created some ability to vary that path, but to do it in such a way that it doesn't create sharp, jarring turns and make it difficult for people to navigate. And a couple of the things that we've included in this proposal to reduce the impacts of accessibility requirements on existing permit holders. They can continue to operate as they are under the original agreement with the city until the earlier of two things happen. One is that they transfer their permit, or there's a change in owner, or 2025, which is when the province is requiring cities to be compliant with the AODA. So that gives about 8 years for permit holders to transition. And during that time, the city would provide design support and funding to get existing permit holders that don't meet their clearway requirements into compliance. There's a couple of different things we can use those funds for. Some could be to remove existing sidewalk elements that are impacting the ability to have that clearway be free of impacts, and that could be bike rings or adding walkable tree grates so that we can have that be a safe and a level area, or resizing street furniture. It also gives us the ability to go out and work specifically with businesses to look at how we can pull their existing cafes into compliance. And then we would report back to the committee in 2020 with the results of that. I wanted to go over quickly some of the new cafe types that would be permitted, allowable under this proposed harmonized bylaw. The first is a new small cafe and small frontage marketing display. It's up here on the screen. This is effectively tables and chairs that are very close to the side of the building or in the boulevard area. There would be no fee and no permit required for the small frontage cafe, so people could have those out without any cost or impact. There are 11 new options for businesses in terms of cafe types. There's a curbside cafe, there's a frontage and curbside cafe where the cafe can occupy both the area that's the boulevard and also adjacent to their business, again, providing the appropriate level of clearway in that instance. There is a parklet cafe, which we've seen operate successfully in a number of other cities. Again, very context specific. These would not be allowable in every scenario, but it could be on the curbside as well as in the parking space, which would be accommodated with decking typically, so that that would be some separation from the travelway. And that could be either a cafe or a public space. And then a couple of additional new cafe types. A temporary year-round cafe enclosure, that was one that was not allowable under the existing bylaw that we would allow. And we would allow that enclosed cafe to operate from November to April. And excuse me, no, that's not, that was the previous rules. So this would allow temporary year-round cafe enclosures under conditions such as on local roads and allowing a clearway so that we could monitor snow and manage snow during those times. And that enclosure would comply with the building code and fire code requirements. And then the other one is a retractable cafe. So again, context specific, looking at locations where there might be high volumes of pedestrians in the morning, but then the need for businesses or the desire for businesses to have a cafe during the lunch and evening hours, where we could then move those that cafe in and out based on the time of day. And then on marketing displays, more flexible standards for materials that are used in marketing displays to make that a little bit more amenable to the businesses. Some temporary marketing enclosures that are out on the street. I believe we have 12 locations citywide, and those would be grandfathered, but they would no longer be permitted. And then we would also prohibit overnight storage of merchandise on public sidewalks on the arterial roads because of the clutter that creates. And I am now going to turn it over to Tracy to talk about the application and review process.
Great. Thank you, Barbara. Good morning. So I get to present the rest of the rules part of this and the process around, as Barbara mentioned, we're currently dealing with a number of different bylaws across the city. So, you know, one of the big opportunities for us here is the harmonization into one bylaw applicable to all businesses in the city. Really the platform for the process that we're proposing is the current former City of Toronto bylaw 313, which has been the one most widely applied by us just by virtue of the number of patios that we have in that area. So what this will include is us providing some standards, templates for business applicants so they'll know how to submit properly to facilitate the review that will be necessary, better than what we have currently, which is pretty ad hoc. Expanding public notification from the 14 days currently to 21 days, so allow people in neighborhoods where patios are being proposed to have an opportunity to offer their input. as well as making sure that residents within 60 meters on a flankage are notified of potential flankage patio. This is not dissimilar to what we do currently. Currently, frontage patios have a posting, flankage patios have a polling. We have more than 30% of the polling that we do doesn't even return a result, and those then result in a report to Community Council. So certainly causing a number of barriers and delays for the businesses that are seeking to operate. So with the proposed process, allowing residents the 21 days to comment, but not relying on the requirement to mail out a poll, we believe is beneficial to the businesses, just first from a streamlined perspective, but ensuring that the community still have that opportunity to easily participate and offer their concerns if they have any. In this case, where we receive more than one objection, 2 or more, then that would trigger a refusal of the application, and those applications would come to Community Council. This process includes a significant circulation through transportation and really ensuring that the policies set out as far as the pedestrian clearways are maintained, but also, as Barbara referenced, the ability for the city to work with business operators to accommodate them within the clearway, which may include us needing to move some of the materials that we've put in place. So to facilitate all of this, one of the proposals includes a delegating of authority to our General Manager of Transportation Services, who I can't think of anyone better to delegate an authority to. It's Monday morning. I'm sure everybody will agree. But certainly to facilitate and make sure that we're focused on consistency of the clearway, and that the clearway that we're seeking to obtain is appropriate for the needs. As Barbara mentioned, the 2.5 where necessary, 2.1 in general, to ensure we've got that flow of pedestrian traffic as well as accommodating the patios. So the intention here is to ensure that the consistency of the application of patios on our right-of-way is maintained. There will still be a role for appeals and the role of Community Council. So certainly, as I mentioned, the opportunity for the public to provide input where we do receive objections, which currently triggers, the negative poll currently triggers the report to Community Council. These objections similarly would require a report to Community Council. But to deal with the real nuisance issues that are typically the ones that we hear about, noise, lingering, et cetera. So allow for Community Council to be involved in dealing with those appeals and setting out conditions on the permits, such as perhaps operating hours on flankages or others where necessary. We're going to be requiring the permit holders to actually post their permits so they're easily visible by any member of the public, but also enforcement staff, ensuring that the dates we have align with our snow clearing opportunities. Currently, amplified sound is not permitted on patios. We are not proposing changing that at all. And just adding some clarity and consistency on the separation distance to residential zones for the flankage patios. Currently, it's 25 meters to a residential property. 30-meter separation distance to a residential zone is consistent with our zoning bylaw. So it's a modest change there. From an enforcement perspective, there are a number of proposals that would allow us to take an escalated enforcement action where necessary, which includes the seizing or removing of goods or cafes if locations are problematic. Referring nuisance locations to Community Council. So again, having Community Council's opportunity to weigh in on operating hours or other conditions of operation. Permitting or authorizing an ability for us to suspend or cancel permits where we have performance issues such as the non-payment of fees, as well as where there are immediate safety issues or risks, the ability to suspend, reduce, or relocate a permit area. One example may be the level of construction we had at Dundas Street and the fact that most of the road was closed off and pedestrians are having to enter onto the street to actually get through. So there may be opportunities where we need to take action beyond what we do currently on a temporary or permanent basis. So there's talking about an authority for that, as well as some additional fines where we have any permit operators who are consistently non-compliant. So one of the big pieces of discussion when this report first came out in January was around the fees. The fees have not changed in some cases since 1980. Former City of York is still at the 1980 some odd rate. So an exercise was undertaken with Real Estate Services to really set out a value for the use of our right-of-way. And the assessment they undertook, and you'll see on the chart, and hopefully yours is in color, the top blue line articulates their finding as far as the average at-grade rental rate for commercial property and where those sit. In January, we proposed changes to fees on that middle line, the green. We heard a lot from the business community and concerns about the impact that would have on their ability to operate, and certainly there was never any intention. Quite the contrary, we've been very mindful in any of these changes to be respectful of the importance that these businesses play in our neighborhoods. So with that feedback, we came back, and what you'll see is the orange line, just the second from the bottom pretty much, and that illustrates the proposed fees that are embedded in the report. They're approximately 18% of what the market value of our land has been determined to be. The bottom line shows you across the various areas where the current rates are. So you'll note the spike in North York actually is considerably higher. I think that's off a bit. Is considerably higher on a per square meter basis than any former City of Toronto areas. So the fees that are proposed have also been harmonized and simplified. Currently, we have 7 different fee zones: Toronto 3, York, Scarborough, even though there are none, North York, Etobicoke, et cetera. So what we're proposing are 2 zones: either Central Zone, which is aligned with the TO Core official plan boundaries, and the Outer Zone. And so everybody that's not in that Central Zone, and 2 fees that apply to all within those. We estimate about 65% of our cafes are actually in the Outer Zone. And this includes the marketing displays as well. So what the fees look like, there is a change on the new application, on the application fee, as well as the tree planting fee. I think it's about $3,000 now. We're bringing that down to $1,300, and that's to be used to replace, continue to contribute to the tree canopy. So you'll see the 2 proposed zone structures: the Central Zone at $88.31, the Outer Zone at $44.14, marketing $62.65 and $38.12. The small ones that Barbara referenced, no fee, and year-round and parklets have different fees. So the implementation of the fee is something that we, again, listened to the business community, heard about the impact of increasing fees and all the other costs they have that increase. So what we've proposed is a 10-year phased-in implementation of the increase to the fees. So referencing the page prior, for an example, let's say the Outer Zone, the Outer Zone 4414, that will be the fee 10 years, that'll be the fee right now for any new application. Any existing permit holder would be having their fees increased over the next 10 years to get to that fee amount. So it's the present value, 18% of the present market value of the property, but they won't be paying that fully until 10 years out. That's what's being proposed to try to smooth out the impact of these fee increases. I think I've already mentioned this. Well, yeah, 65% are actually in the Outer Zone. So one area in particular, we have a fee zone for North York, which I think is over $140 some odd. That's going to be dropping to 88. So where fees are declining in North York, Toronto 1 by a couple of dollars, and some in Toronto 3, some will see a decline in their fees. In those cases, those fee changes would take effect immediately upon implementation of or enactment of the bylaw. Effective date of the bylaw, sorry, and the rest, as I say, would be a 10-year phased-in implementation. We would not be subjecting those fees to inflation either, so it wouldn't be a continuing chase after an ever-escalating fee. So that is what is in front of you as proposed. As far as implementation, and I think Barbara already referenced this as well, that any existing permit holders can continue to operate as they are, except where work with them needs to happen to ensure that we're gaining the appropriate space from a right-of-way clearance perspective. And what we are proposing is a May 1, 2018 start date. So effective that date, any new application for a permit would be subject to the new requirements. And then we start working with all the rest who are current and we need to work with. And I think we've also proposed that we come back in 2 years to let you know how we're doing and what the next 5 years might look like. So that is the whole big package you have in front of you. But I think what's important is this has been going on for a couple of years, and we've been trying to get that right balance of and making sure that everybody's interest in our right-of-way is respected. Businesses absolutely contribute to vibrancy. They also can contribute to obstruction. We can contribute to obstruction. So how do we together, in a partnership with the business community and our residents, make sure that the clearways are appropriate and our businesses are vibrant and successful? And I think that's where we've tried to land.
Yep, that sums it up. Nicely done.
Fantastic. Thank you for your presentation. What I'm going to suggest, members of council, is that any questions that we can leave the questions to staff until we hear the deputations first. Are we okay with that? Great. So we'll get on to deputations now. The first speaker, John Ray. And then the next 3 speakers that I've been asked to call is Michael Black, Maureen Coyle, and Daniela Levy, and they're going to make a joint presentation. So the first, sir, I will call the names according to the list. Okay. Please have a seat. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think he wants to register. I think that's what he's asking.
Where's the microphone?
I'll just be 2 minutes and I'll go with
Can we
Anyone
just get,
who hasn't registered, the clerk will approach you, please.
the clerk.
Where is the tree?
Good morning, sir. Good to have you here. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, committee members, staff, my name is John Ray. I'm totally blind, a native Torontonian. I live in downtown Toronto for the last 27 years. That, of course, is Ward 27. I am concerned about this issue. It has a direct impact upon me. Let me frame my comments in a way I don't normally do, and that is with a brief personal story. I don't normally tell stories about myself at committee meetings like this, but today I will. Late last year, I was diagnosed as borderline diabetic, and my doctor suggested it would be good for my health if I became a bit more physically active. And I even conceded she was probably right. She suggested walking, and she was amazed at my strong, adamant response, which was not a chance, not a chance. She was surprised. Maybe there's a bit of surprise here too. I said it's very simple. For me as a blind person who uses a white cane, this is not a terribly walkable city. It's just that simple. There is what I call sidewalk clutter everywhere. Whether it's paper boxes, sandwich boards, flower beds that are encased in cement. Oh, can you hear my poor shins screaming when I even think about that one? And of course, patios.
Religious proselytizers.
What's that?
Religious proselytizers.
Them too. Oh, don't get me started on them. So there's 2 sides to this, really. 2 main aspects. One is space. There should be consistent space all over the city, and there should be no exceptions. 2.1 meters of sidewalk space is the absolute minimum. We in the blind community would prefer more than that. But there also needs to be a clear demarcation between patios and pedestrian areas. I am a person who enjoys eating on patios when the weather is nice, and I would prefer there be this demarcation both for me as a diner and when I am a pedestrian walking around. I think it's important that there be some kind of barrier between patio patrons and pedestrians. And I think that should be consistent and without any exceptions. Because when there are exceptions, inevitably, those exceptions will grow. And the amount of space that you may designate now, you know the old notion, you give someone an inch and they'll take at least a foot. That's inevitable in this case.
Thank you, sir. Any questions to the deputants? Thank you so much for your presentation. Oh, no, yes, there is a question, sir.
Okay.
Please call. Is Deputy Mayor De Vermaken. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ray, for coming in today. I guess my question to you is, if you can give me maybe the main intersection or area of where you live?
Oh, I live at Jarvis and Dundas.
Sorry, Dundas and
Jarvis.
Jarvis?
An area where there was where condos are going up like bad weeds.
And for yourself, do you find there's specific hot spots that are trouble for you, or is it just everywhere, say along that Dundas Street area?
Well, there are places that are worse than others. Yonge and Dundas being a prime example, because as the other person here mentioned, there are those religious idiots, but there are also, well, they call themselves musicians. I call them noisemakers. And what those, I understand they need to make a living, I understand that, but they make it difficult for me to hear when a streetcar pulls up, and I contend that's dangerous. So, yes, sir, there are places that are better than others. And the areas, but they change. You know as well as I do, there's street paving, there's sidewalk refurbishing, things that we need, and there's construction. The city changes almost day by day, and that's why I want something that's consistent, where I can expect the same amount of space whether I'm walking at 10 in the morning or whether I'm walking at noon. I don't want to have to think of that I can only take my walk at 10 in the morning. I want consistency, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. The next deputant, Adina Levo, from the Canadian Association for Retired Persons, Toronto chapter.
Okay.
Good morning. Good to have you here.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Adina Lebeau with CARP Toronto, speaking on behalf of our 50,000 members. While we support the direction and intent of the recommendations put forward as a good beginning, the 2.1 meter clearance is a bare minimum. In order to have restaurants and cafes as partners, and we are still very concerned that they don't go far enough to ensure the safety and improve sidewalk accessibility for the long term on our major streets and avenues. CARP Toronto is the largest advocacy group for seniors in the city, so please remember that the stats are showing that over the next 10 to 15 years, the 60-plus population will expand from 680,000 to 1.2 million, and therefore we will be seeing many more people with scooters, walkers, in wheelchairs, and canes using city sidewalks. This is in addition to the 15% disability community, and this is in addition to moms with strollers and kids on bikes and skateboards and younger people and other challenges added in. That's almost 50% of the population that's going to need space. CARP's Active Aging campaign is encouraging seniors to keep active and engaged and not stay home, because staying home leads to social isolation, which leads to disease and increased healthcare costs. So active aging demands that people get out, and this demands sidewalk cafes, sidewalk restaurants, but also sidewalk safety and accessibility. Other cities like Ottawa, Calgary, and Edmonton have mandated in certain arterial streets 3 to 3.8 meters in order to ensure the accessibility with ramps to stores and restaurants, as well as allowing people to walk the streets. According to Stop Gap Foundation, who CARP Toronto is in partnership with, 2/3 of the Toronto stores are not handicap accessible at this point in time. And we're partnering with them to go forward with this. We've been speaking to many restaurants and store owners who want to ramp it up for increased clientele, but at this point in time, it's illegal. Straight and unobstructed sidewalks free of obstructions are critical for safety, comfort, and convenience of all those with vision, mobility, and cognitive impairments, and to accommodate all interests using the sidewalks. The AODA's 1.5 and the 2.1 minimum walk are appropriate for lower pedestrian volumes of smaller Toronto streets and smaller Ontario towns, but for major avenues and arterials here in Toronto, it is not enough. It is a minimum, especially with a population that's aging and using devices that necessitate more space and who will need ramps to enter commercial.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Any questions to Ms. LeBeau? Yes, as Deputy Mayor De Vermaker, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, and thank you very much for coming in today. I just want to confirm, so are you agreeing with the staff recommendations?
The 2.1 as a minimum is
For local
a
roads.
beginning.
And 2.5 for the major roads?
There are major arterials that were listed there that are probably larger than 2.5. So the findings, if you take a look at different presentations, show yes, 2 wheelchairs can pass going different directions, 1 wheelchair and 2 people.
At 2.5?
At 2.5, but 2.5 to 3 is what's needed to ramp it up. What we have in Toronto now is competing rights. If you put out a ramp and you're on Toronto property, somebody else could trip and fall.
Right.
This is called competing rights. In order to accommodate everybody, you know, we have to envisage a city that has design goals and strength that are seeing everybody, and that includes the restaurants, that includes the outside cafes, that includes the trees, but it also includes ways for people to get into the restaurants and the cafes.
So you're agreeing with our staff recommendation, no
Minimum.
less than 2.5?
No less than 2.
Some places do need more.
Yes.
That's for our planners, the professional planners, when they approve a condo to make sure, but you want to make sure, so you're here supporting the staff recommendation. 2.1
is better than the AODA 1.5, which is this big. It's not very big at all. And we support, do you know what I mean, new structures going up, new condos, to take a look really at the reality of 50% of the population with devices.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Ms. LeBeau. The next speakers have been requested to have 3 members of the Walk Toronto make a presentation, and we have Michael Black, Maureen Coyle, and Daniela Levy Pinto. Please come forward. Take your time. Good morning. Good to have you here. I understand that you're going to make a joint presentation, so you have 3 minutes each, altogether 9 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us here today and having this discussion, which we've been anxious to have for some time. My name is Maureen Coyle, and I represent the Steering Committee of Walk Toronto. We are an advocacy group that is focused on the creation of safe, equitable, accessible public spaces, and that advocates for walking as a recognized form of active transportation, and that aims also to foster a walking culture. Walk Toronto is allied with pedestrian organizations across the province, nationally and internationally, and we are a volunteer organization with members in every part of this city. Walk Toronto is pleased to be on record in support of this proposed bylaw. We see this as a balanced, practical approach to making sidewalks at once more accommodating and more vibrant by allowing for a wider variety of sidewalk cafes and ensuring sufficient space for all sidewalk users. This is the first bylaw that addresses the need of sidewalk users for decades, and it is the first time since pre-amalgamation to create some uniformity in the issues of sidewalks across the city. The bylaw is long overdue, and it contains some positive measures that can be embraced by all Torontonians, including owners of affected businesses. While some will complain that the sidewalk cafe fees will go up, a large percentage of existing cafes are paying no fees at all or have expanded beyond the limits that they have paid for without being called to account. The increased fees proposed by the city in exchange for large sections of the public realm are modest enough to encourage growth in the sector. Further, these new rules will allow cafes in places within the public space and across the city where business owners have had no opportunity to expand previously. Sidewalk cafes can be a wonderful addition to a community, provided they do not conflict with the needs of their neighbors. They are an important part of civic placemaking that can enhance the livability of a neighborhood. The complexity of sidewalks makes them the most contested of all public spaces. They include pedestrians from infants to elders and every type of body in between. Sidewalks are accepted places for children on bicycles, people on rollerblades, people pushing strollers, skateboarders, and people on foot. Sidewalks also have to be safe avenues for transportation with people using assistive devices. And they are also the only spaces, the sidewalks are the only spaces open to people who walk for transportation, for recreation, or simply to get home. The challenge to municipalities is to mediate between the business interests and the interests of local residents, tourists, and people who use the sidewalk to get around. People who need to get around include those using assistive devices and service animals. The pedestrian clearway must be free of clutter, including fencing, bins, chairs, tables, or signage. This clearway is a basic human right, and it will allow someone with a mobility device or a guide dog to walk with a companion rather than in single file. The need for uncluttered clearways affects us all. There is no one in this room, there is no one in this building, and I dare say there are very few in this entire city who will not, at some point in their lives, experience a disability, whether that comes through an unfortunate event, an illness, acquired through wear and tear, whether it is a short period of impaired ability to move freely due to a transitory, a temporary, or a permanent disability. So we are talking about something that is not a fringe issue when we talk about accessibility needs. As the Minister of Transportation, Stephen Del Duca, said in a recent public speech, there has been a 40% reduction in applications for new driver's licenses in Ontario. That is a startling drop in the number of new drivers, but it is not unique. The same pattern is replicated across North America and across all age groups. Clearly, people are choosing other forms of transportation other than cars, and many of those are voting with their feet to become pedestrians. Those of us who walk as active transportation can attest to the dense congestion on the sidewalks in many parts of the city. The City of Toronto has an opportunity to be a leader in this matter of public space and its many uses. And what Toronto needs is leadership to provide what is reasonable now and in the future, and not the least we can get away with. This proposal, while not perfect, is a positive step towards creating a public realm that provides for sometimes competing uses of public space. And it has within it the seeds to develop a pedestrian realm of a future. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniela Levy Pinto. I am also a member of the steering committee of Walk Toronto. And Walk Toronto is a member of the Sidewalks for All coalition. We, of course, endorse the recommendations made by the coalition. They will be speaking later. I would like to focus on the need for adequate sidewalk width. The clearway must be wide enough to properly provide and accommodate pedestrian volumes. Narrow and crowded sidewalks are uncomfortable and threatening for people with disabilities and for seniors, many of whom have balance and mobility issues and who can stumble and fall if brushed by other pedestrians. The Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act sets a clearway requirement of 1.5 meters, as has been stated, but this is a basic minimum provincial standard which provides space for two wheelchairs to pass next to each other. There are some voices asking for a race to the bottom, essentially that would entail adopting the minimum AODA standard. But this ignores the intent of our provincial accessibility legislation, which clearly states that existing municipal bylaws, policies, and standards that exceed the AODA shall prevail and not be diminished or lowered by the AODA. The standard is maybe adequate for smaller towns, but not for big Toronto streets. If we use highways as an analogy, it is obvious that busy Toronto sections of an expressway, such as the 401, will require more lanes than sections in rural areas where there's far less traffic. Sidewalks are the same. Big cities require sidewalks that can accommodate the volume of pedestrians that are a reality in Toronto. We support staff's recommendation for a 2.1 minimum pedestrian clearway on arterials and collectors. This allows one person to pass two people walking together. It's not overly generous if we consider all the different users that are competing on the sidewalks. Parents with strollers, older people using mobility devices, people with service animals, such as myself with my guide dog. And we also support the recommendation for 2.5 meters in specified downtown streets with higher pedestrian volumes. This may be seen as a
continuation. Excuse me, ma'am, I will stop your time for a second. To the gentleman in the back who is wearing the mustard shirt, and I can see there is quite a bit of passing from that corner. I would like to remind the members of the public and members of council at the same time that to refrain from using any offensive, disrespectful, or unparliamentary language, as I'm listening right now, about any member who is speaking, city officials or members of the public. My job as a chair right now is to ensure that we maintain decorum and civility in this room. Please be advised.
My apologies.
Thank you, sir. The committee will deal with that at the end. Please have a seat. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Please go ahead.
So this 2.5 meters in busier streets is a continuation of existing cities' practice that already allow for this. Toronto Council has approved several exceptions for this in busier streets. Also, accessible and wide sidewalks are good for business. It's not only one person per day who may have issues negotiating the sidewalk. Sidewalks that are obstructed by patios and furnishings. 15% of the Canadian population has a disability. The population of seniors in Toronto is growing. 15.6 of the Toronto population is already 65 years and older. Many of them have mobility and cognitive issues, and they also need the sidewalks. So narrow sidewalks are also a problem for parents with strollers, for cyclists walking to lock up their bikes. If all these groups have something in common, they all eat and drink at cafes, and they all shop. And if they don't find an inviting sidewalk, an accessible environment, they will take their business elsewhere. And this is what can actually make the difference between loss and profit for businesses. Finally, I would like to stress the importance of having clear delimitations for the cafes, particularly important for blind people. And this will also enhance the experience for patrons who would not experience being brushed by passing pedestrians trying to make their way on the sidewalk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's, we are over to... Yeah, the speaking time for the three of you was 9 minutes. I've been quite a bit lenient, but Mr. Black, try to be short with your comments.
I
We'll
can
allow
shorten
another.
it.
Please, go ahead.
Thanks for your understanding. My name is Michael Black. I'm also with Walk Toronto, and I'm going to change gears a bit and talk about enforcement matters. You've heard staff mention that for about a quarter of a century, most of the city of most of Toronto has had on its books a clearway standard of 2 to 2.1 meters. I think staff are being exceptionally generous in setting the year 2025 as the deadline for bringing all sidewalk cafes into compliance with the harmonized bylaw. This is hardly a case of bureaucrats deciding to impose tough new standards on the restaurant industry without any warning. Bylaws existed. What was lacking was their enforcement. The scale of the problem was revealed in a 2015 survey conducted by Transportation Services of no less than 570 cafe locations. A whopping 50% were found to be flouting clearway standards. This statistic is appalling and begs the question how restaurants with non-compliant patios have managed to renew their licenses every year. There can be no doubt that our sidewalk cafe licensing, inspection, and enforcement system is dysfunctional. This is your chance to fix them. I welcome you to do it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Questions to the deputants. Visiting members of council first. Councillor Davis, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for coming, and we have an accessibility committee meeting right now and I sit on that committee, so I've just come over here to hear what you have to say. But I wanted to ask, one of the things there's two things. One is this proposal allows for a 20-degree change in the path. And I wanted to understand what you thought about that, because it seems to me that that is not the clear way that we had been looking for.
Maybe I'll answer that one. I've taken a very close look at the diagram that staff made, and it looks impressive, but from the actual standpoint of users, you won't have a gentle bend. People will tend to, especially if they're visually impaired, more or less, hit at 90 degrees the boundary of a cafe. And if there is to be any, say, fencing or demarcation, that would probably have to be in the section that would be near the neighboring businesses rather than the actual cafe itself. And I can't see a neighboring business being willing to put up a small fence or whatever to start angling people around the cafe.
Right, because it shows this pathway going on an angle, but there is nothing that guides people on that angle. If you were to walk straight, you'd walk right into the next patio.
Precisely.
Right. There's a line that shows it, but this is just an image that somehow people would know that they have to now move to the right to avoid the jutting out patio. Okay. The other question has to do with grandfathering all the existing ones. And I didn't hear your comments on that. So right now, I heard what you talked about enforcement, and I absolutely agree. There are all kinds of them out there that have not been enforced, and that's created a lot of unfairness right now. So I'm wondering whether, giving people to 2025 to comply is a reasonable timeframe, or whether or not we ought to be saying everybody's treated the same way and, you know, they must comply. We're certainly in a much shorter timeframe than that.
I'll jump in again.
Okay.
I'm going to refer back to my comments about enforcement. Most non-compliant cafe owners would have known that they're exceeding the standards, and this has been going on for years. So the city's giving them something like 8 years plus assistance to get within compliance. And we're impressed by the options the city is opening up. You know, if something doesn't work right now, they can try another configuration. Also, I have to say, at times, the problem is not with the Sidewalk Cafe, it's with all of the obstructions like newspaper boxes,
Planters.
signs that the city puts up.
Right.
And if they were to use some of the licensing fees to actually move some of this out of the way of the patio.
But move them out of the way of whom? Because depending on where the planters are, you can or cannot meet the clearway. That's, you know, that's clearly one of the issues. But anyway, on the enforcement piece, there may be people even who've had orders that have yet to comply, that have not been enforced. Are you aware of any of those?
I am not.
Okay.
Our understanding is that the city has used the very light touch, if any sort of touch, in dealing with non-compliance. And I would actually be overjoyed if an amendment was made to have some sort of inventory drawn up with real details.
Right.
And to Michael's earlier point, Councillor Davis, this is a very generous package. This is being very accommodating of the business community. Whether or not it errs on the side of overly generous, that is something that that perhaps you could consider when you're debating this and when it goes forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other visiting member of council? If not, we'll go to members of the committees. Any questions? If not, thanks so much for your presentation. Well done. Thank you. The next deputant is Richard Gilbert, followed by John Curo and Sarah Kliminaga. Good morning. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome back.
Thank you, members of the committee. 40 years ago, I chaired one of the predecessor committees of this committee, the then City of Toronto Public Works Committee, in much less fancy surroundings. But I want to go further back in history than a mere 40 years ago. I want to go back to the 18th century, when Toronto wasn't even formed, when we were the town of York, and the very first civic official that was appointed was the pathmaster. And the pathmaster's job was to make sure that pedestrians had a way to walk through the muddy streets. It was a very muddy city, muddy York. That was a high point, that appointment, in civic regard for pedestrians. A low point came about 130 years later, about 100 years ago. Until then, until the early years of the 20th century, the streets were for everybody, for kids playing, for vehicles mostly horse-drawn, for pushcart vendors, and especially for pedestrians. all this changed with the arrival of the automobile. Streets were rebuilt to accommodate cars. Auto manufacturers argued successfully for the creation of a new offense, completely new offense. It was jaywalking. Pedestrians were confined to the sidewalks. It went further in diminishing the possibilities for pedestrians. Jane Jacobs observed in 1961, all but the most minimum pedestrian needs are gradually and steadily sacrificed. But one thing remains sacrosanct. Where possible, pedestrians were given a minimum width to walk along and pass each other, pushing strollers or wheelchairs, and this was 7 feet. And it was a width that was baked into every sidewalk design manual. The width was diminished a little with metrification. 2.134 meters became 2.1 meters, and in some places, like the former borough of East York, it became 2 meters, which is half a foot less than 7 feet. But that's a quibble to question that. It's not a quibble to question a reduction to 1.5 meters. That's a 30% reduction from that baked-in traditional standard. So what's the concern? In this often very praiseworthy report that you have before you, right near the end, on page 31 of a 32-page printout, there is a strong suggestion that the only substandard sidewalks in the city are those that have less than 1.5 meters. In other words, 1.5 meters is enough. Forget all the stuff about clearway specifications and so on. That one sentence right near the end of the report is enough to damage the whole report. The standard doorway for a wheelchair is 32 inches, just over 83 centimeters. And simple math shows you that if you have only 1.5 meters for the pedestrian clearway, 2 wheelchairs may not be able to pass each other. And some strollers are as wide as wheelchairs. I use a wide stroller. I have 3 grandchildren under 5, and I push them around. And going past some patios requires quite a bit of navigation already. The also important thing is that when the sidewalk is so narrow, couples that are walking along can't pass each other. They have to walk single file. Is this what we're designing cities for? That people who are out for a walk or a stroll have to be like they're in a prison yard and have an exercise yard and have difficulty talking to each other? Earlier this year, Amazon asked me to spend a couple of days at their headquarters in Seattle discussing a topic that Amazon is getting very interested in, which is urban transportation. I've no insight into how Toronto is faring in the...
Please try to wrap up.
Got to wrap up? Okay. Can I say my last paragraph? I'll skip the Amazon stuff, but I want you to keep that 2.1 standard for all sidewalks. I want you to keep the clearways as straight as possible, and I want you to enforce the bylaws as strictly as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert, my former Metro Councillor. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Questions to the deputant? If not, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Juncker, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank staff. It's been 7 years that we've been at this. We've gone through 2 mayors, 3 general managers of PWIC, and a number of staff. And in fact, some of you guys around this table weren't around when that whole thing started. So kudos. I think that there has been some meaningful changes to the report from where we've started. That said, there are a couple of concerns that I still bring forward, and I'm not going to sit here and dispute the 2.1 versus the AODA set 1.5. You know, that goes where it will. There will be opportunities to deal with that. That said, the previous report spoke to a 15-year implementation of the fee increases. I've noticed that that's gone down to 10 right now. Would like to know what the rationale of that is. And the reason for that is the same reasoning, I believe, that we need grandfathering, because and there were some comments made about that. Grandfather, you got to remember that some of these people have made significant investments in their businesses. People have bought or entered into agreements, long-term lease agreements, to lease these premises. As a result, we need to give them that time to catch up to those commitments that they've had. So grandfathering continues to be a necessity because there are still leases that people are going to be required to pay based on the ability to generate revenue from patios. So the fee, that 15 years, would be helpful to be brought back in. I understand through the process, and it was said again today, that the real estate division came up with the numbers based on 18% of what's deemed to be a market value out there. I think that there may be, in fact, some discriminatory fees that are set into this place. $88.31 per meter for a patio, and displays are at $62.63 per meter. That's a meter is a meter on Bloor Street, whether it's 1800 Bloor Street that has a patio, or 1806 Bloor Street, 3 doors down, that has a green display. In every appraisal course that I've ever taken, is a meter. When the zoning is the same, there is no distinction. So I would suggest that there not be a distinction on a per meter basis in the inner zone or the other zone, that they both be, in fact, in the inner zone, the display and the restaurant fee be the same. So that $88.31 per meter should, in fact, be reduced down to $62.63. If the real estate division can justify that a meter of retail space on Bloor Street is worth $62.63 for displays, it's exactly the same thing. We're not asking for a zoning change. There is no distinction between that. So I would suggest that we're discriminating against restaurants when we're setting a much higher fee against the restaurants for exactly the same square meter. Application fee, $11.31. Thanks for dropping that down from $1,300. I think it's still high when you, as we always like to compare ourselves to other jurisdictions.
Please try to wrap up.
Thank you. Yep. I think that that fee should be more reflective of places like Seattle, who have $600 registration fee. That's in Seattle. They have a number of cafes out there. They charge that. And most importantly, Mr. Chairman, education. I think, and I don't see anywhere in here, an education plan, not only to educate the restaurants.
Thank you. We'll be asking you questions about that. Well. Thank you. We have a few questions for you, starting with Councilor Moliri. Please go ahead. And
Mr. Drew, thank you for coming
Mayor
down again.
Holiday.
So I've been looking at this, and I'm not completely opposed to what we're doing here. I've got some serious concerns with what's in front of us, though. And one of them, I think, will have to do with your membership and how they're going to feel later. Now, in the presentation that staff made, we have a number of streets here that need wider sidewalks in order for this to happen. There's a number of them: Yonge Street, York Street, Wellington, Queen Street, Bay Street. That tells me that they have to come out, which tells me that the roads are going to be narrower, which tells me that we're going to have yet other problems in the city with respect to cars and congestion based on that. And more importantly, I'm not sure if your membership has looked at this or not, but the loss of parking and the revenue that the city is going to endure in the form of a loss to your membership. How do you feel about that?
Any impact on the ability to do business and to conduct business in this city specifically is important to us. Mr. Chairman, I read that section as that there will be an inference to where there is already broader space, wider sidewalks. That 2.5 applies to. This is not to say that we're going to be punching out curbs and reducing the widths of our streets. The report, I believe, speaks to a 2.5 if there is over 5 meters already existing in a sidewalk or thereabouts. Don't quote me exactly on those numbers, but I think that they are where that is. So I don't think the report implies that we're going to be widening sidewalks to accommodate this. What we're doing is we're asking for a little extra room in places where there is existing room.
I see that differently. I think there's an agenda at play here, and I think that this is yet another excuse to
I'll take that under advisement. Thank you.
And I think that if your membership has not been advised of this, that perhaps some more consultation take place with respect to how they feel about that. Because the restaurants on these streets are all going to want patios. And the only way they're going to get them is with the narrowing of the roads. What does that do to the parking in front of your establishments? It gets rid of them, and it gets rid of the revenue that we make with the City of Toronto as well. So I don't know if you want to comment on that last part.
I think you've all heard me speak to the fact that restaurants, patios, cafes, or the dining rooms, living rooms, and kitchens of today's Toronto, as we continue to build 400, 500, 600 square foot condominium units, all those people living throughout those centers are coming down and enjoying the street. And this is where we are. Very important. I agree with you. Parking continues to be a focus. Again, I'll take that under advisement. My understanding, my reading of the report is that we're looking at those numbers strictly in areas that have wide enough sidewalk. If that's any different, we'll certainly take our case to where it needs to be taken. Thank you.
Last question, and it's with respect to I'm trying to phrase it.
Okay.
Airbnbs, do they play a role in the main arterial roads as we go through these changes? In other words, many of your members have commercial units on main arterial roads that have secondary units, or even in some cases like St. Clair, a third unit that are residential. Do you see Airbnbs playing a role in the future of main arterial roads this way, and how do you accommodate that into everything we've heard here today with respect to pedestrians and their concerns and all of that?
There's no question that there is mixed use on arterial roads, residential accommodations above commercial. Airbnb, I personally believe, plays a significant role in building communities. BIAs now have to think as tourism destinations. We've never had the opportunity in Western Road or in Emery Village as a destination, a tourism destination. Effectively, the Airbnb, whether it's in the residential component or along the commercial component, if it meets the zoning bylaw, will certainly accommodate that. It brings new people into our neighborhoods. It allows our businesses to act
Should we be dealing with this right now?
No, you asked
Last question.
Just asking. I'm just asking you.
You just
Thank
asked
you.
me. Okay.
Deputy Mayor Stephen Holiday, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for speaking to us today. The conversation is focused mostly on the notion of cafes, but in the report there's something called a public parklet. And I guess to paraphrase what I understand of it is that a BIA or some other non-governmental organization can apply to the city to essentially extend the sidewalk into the parking bays and create a public park. And I think the fee is about $500. And it's treated a little differently. The notification requirements appear to be different, and the license requirements appear to be different. I wondered in your dealings with the BIAs if you had seen some interest in sponsoring these type of parklets. I'm assuming that the BIAs will have to pay for them, will have to design them, will have to pay the insurance and all of the accoutrements that come with installing one of these. I wonder if you could offer comment on that.
Yep. I think parklets were an innovation that's come to Toronto previously. I believe Church Street, in fact, had an accommodation for a very similar thing, where you take 1 or 2 parking spaces in a bump out or else, and accommodate it by building out a secured, very distinct opportunity to put tables for local businesses, for people to be able to sit and have their coffees, etc. I think what this does is expands that opportunity to, if you don't have the width of the sidewalk, that you can in fact encroach. Innovative, it's done in other jurisdictions. Is it the BIA that does it? I believe there would be a different fee if in fact the business wanted to do it for their liquor accommodations, etc. Right. I think it's just another opportunity in the bucket of opportunities that have been presented through this report as we negotiated ourselves through this over 7 years. So I think that's just another opportunity that a business can take, or even a BIA, to open it up for a number of businesses that may be coffee shops where you can have your coffee and be able to sit down. So definitely an added advantage to the bucket list of opportunities that have been developed. I still believe, though, that the structure, the fees really need to be looked at, this councillor, in terms of not only that, whether it's the BIA or the independent, but still, a meter is a meter on a similar street, and to put two different rates onto that is unjustifiable, in my opinion.
Okay, and you think the BIAs would make use of the parklet idea, the public parklet, and it being different than the cafe parklet, which is connected to the business that's right beside it?
I think so. Like I said, we've seen it. Young Street did something a few years back where they took an inner lane and animated that. But Church Street is my best recollection of actually taking a couple of parking spaces and making that common space.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Sorry.
John, you're the most wanted right now. Is Councillor Di Giorgio, please go ahead.
Question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with respect to your comments on the per square meter charge being higher for the cafe versus the display, you don't see a distinction between the two? And if not, are you saying that the lower fee should apply to both?
That's correct. A meter, if in fact Real Estate Division did an appraisal of what their valuation is, and we're setting it at 18% of market value, or whatever appraisal is out there, an appraisal doesn't distinguish between the uses. They're both permitted under the existing zoning. A meter on Bloor Street is the same 2 doors down, whatever the use is. In fact, you know, the price of vegetables, if you see them today, they do a very good business out there. It's not related to that. Liquor licenses cost extra money.
I would agree, but I think within the context of a use being permitted and another use being permitted, there is also the distinction of density. For example, if someone were to get more density for whatever reason, because the use is allowed to get more density, would you not see that then the charge might be appropriate? Because I see the uses being different from a density point of view. That is to say, from what it offers to the consumer and the nature of the business that someone carries on by virtue of carrying on a cafe as opposed to a display.
Yeah, so cafes certainly aren't year-round the way many of the green grocers are out there that you see out there and they put it out. And again, I see it simply as a real estate exercise, same zoning. You know, today it's a restaurant, tomorrow it might be a green grocer, and there's a different fee applied to that square meter, and that just doesn't add up. It's just not rational in our way. And I would recommend, if in fact the Real Estate Division has come up with a 62 per meter fee, that per meter fee should apply to all the users that use up a meter.
I guess we're disagreeing on the nature.
Technicalities.
Yeah, that's a technicality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Di Giorgio. Any other questions? If not, I do have questions. And you were talking about the level of disparity between the market value as it relates to application fees and permit fees, and especially in the downtown core of the central area. Can you be a little bit more specific about that, please?
Yeah, I'm not I understand the distinctions. I understand very clearly that the suburban or out of the downtown area, that there is value of the land is significantly different. I wasn't distinguishing between the 88 and 44, Mr. Chairman. Where the distinction is that in both zones, as far as I'm concerned, and it's the same conversation I had with Councilor DiGiorgio just now, is that if in fact it's a square meter and it's based on real estate valuation that your real estate division brought forward to you, that all square meters, whether it's for a restaurant, for a greengrocer, or anybody else that's out there, should be 6263. If we can justify a 6263 rate for a greengrocer, then the same thing should apply for a restaurant. Quite frankly, I think it's discriminatory against restaurants. We don't do anything different, anything beyond the zoning bylaw. In fact, our fees for applications are higher than that, and we have additional costs that are associated with that, whether it's the liquor licensing or anybody else that's out there. So let's not be discriminatory on the fact that because it's a restaurant, we're going to charge you more per square meter, 2 doors down for where we're actually charging you for a greengrocer. And like I said, it's not the ability to generate more revenue. Believe me, there's some good money in vegetables out there.
So the same
Pretty soon
logic,
there'll be a lot more in green vegetables that you
the same logic will apply to the report calls for 2 zones, the central zone and the outer zone.
I can understand that rationale, Mr. Chairman, that yes, the ability to generate business, the privilege of doing business in the inner city where our densities are there, our volume of people walking by, the potential for customers is significantly greater in the inner zone than the outer zone. So that distinction, I can understand that rationale.
So the message from Tavia on behalf of all the BIAs is that the rates are too high and they're discriminatory in relation to
restaurants. I would further suggest, Mr. Chair, if I can, that in fact the message from Tabia is that the city should be paying us for animating the space that is additional space on the streets. We're taking space that is really unused space that tumbleweeds gather in, garbage gathers in, that we sweep up, et cetera, every day. That in fact, by us animating and adding to the lifestyle and the culture of the city, that there should be no fees for patios to be put out there in front of restaurants to help animate the city's neighborhoods.
My next question is with year-round enclosures. And that's very popular throughout Europe and other North American cities as well, like New York, Chicago, Montreal, Vancouver, just to name a few. And you've been on St. Clair, where we have a number of BIAs, so there is a tremendous appetite to create the year-round enclosures within residential flankages that are not compromising the integrity of accessibility or walkability in any way. What's your take in terms of the sentiments from the local BIAs as it relates to move ahead with those?
Yep. We're absolutely in support of that, Mr. Chairman. We're supportive of any opportunity for businesses to help animate, to extend their season, et cetera. I believe that the report contemplates exactly the same thing, meeting obviously the building code requirements that may be associated with that. Certainly, from what I've been hearing from a number of the BIAs and some property owners who have flankages, if they can accommodate a year-round opportunity, that we're definitely in support of that.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Any other questions? Yes, we have questions.
Chair? Oh, sorry. It's just, I was in a...
Chair Robinson, and then I'll get to you.
I'm just... there's some little bits and pieces that I don't really see in the report. I'm wondering if you have some more information on this. So do you know anything about the number of patios that are not currently complying with the current Clearway requirements?
I believe that the staff can obviously answer that once you get your chance with the staff. I understand that there is a number. I don't know offhand. I haven't seen the final tally on that. That was one of the things that we asked staff when this item was here the last time, to actually go out and see what the non-compliance is. It's not only the non-compliance of the clearways, but it's also the fact that there's a number of patios out there across the city, whether they're in BIAs or not in BIAs, that don't even have permits or applications for these. So we really didn't know what's out there. So bringing that in line is an important thing, Councillor. I think we'll all agree that we want to comply, we want to work within the bylaws or the guidelines, but I haven't got a clear number for you. I'm sorry. I'm sure staff has done that.
It's not really a fair question. I was just curious if you happen to know. So I think what you're saying is some aren't even paying or even registered, I'll use that, and then nobody seems to really know how many are not complying with the current clearways. How many do you think what number of businesses would be impacted by the 2.1 meter, 2.1 or the 2.5 meter clearways? Do you have any requirements?
I would expect that about a third, I believe, would be impacted in one way or another, and I guess a significant number of those could be accommodated with the allocation. I understand that there's funds allocated to assist. Some of them might be as simple as moving a bench or a bike ring that may render them non-compliant. So by simply moving that, and an accommodation in this report has been made to do that, that could help us out. How many are truly in violation without accommodation? Again, I don't have that number, but I speak to the grandfathering, the assistance, because of the leases that these folks are in. We truly do need to be gentle, and somebody said we were a white glove approach to it. These are livelihoods of business people, contributors, taxpayers that are being affected over this thing. 2025 is the provincial deadline for compliance. And clearly, this report moves to that. So having that ability to try to accommodate that 2025, having the ability to work with staff and the city to accommodate and try to bring us into compliance. Maybe it's the ability to move a part of your patio over to your neighbor, which is accommodated in this. If you're next to a bank and there's space that's not used, where you can actually get permission from them, you could maybe relocate a couple of seats and stretch your patio in front of one of your existing neighbor based on their compliance. So I think the ability to move, we've worked, like I said, I think we've made some inroads in this. It's been 7 years and we've gone over there. But what we can't remember is that businesses have commitments. They went into this thing in good faith. They entered into leases. When you go out there, you look at the business, you see 60 patio seats. You count as a small business on how many dollars each one of those generates, and you put that into the calculation of what you're going to pay for the premises. And in midstream for some of these guys, in terms of leases, etc., to change that could have a significant impact on livelihoods of many of our small businesses.
Are you finding small business, I'm hearing this all the time, on Yonge Street is struggling?
Small business, Madam Chair, both of you guys are chairs. Small business is struggling out there. There is no question. Look, we've gone through the red tape task force that the mayor and the premier, not the premier, the minister of economic development to reduce the red tape tasks that are out there. You know, it takes 20 applications for somebody to open up a restaurant in this city. We've reduced that. We've just bumped this up another way by doing a number of these things. The garbage fees, which was before executive a few days ago, is another administrative fee where we get $275. It just seems that small business is being piled on right at the moment, with all due respect, with fees and charges at a time when we're challenged by big box, when we're challenged by the malls, where we're challenged by online shopping, etc. The restaurants are the last bastion out there that, you know, you can order your food, but you can't eat your phone. So those are the businesses that are actually animating our neighborhoods. Those are the businesses that are taking up the vacancies of our traditional retail. It's the gastronomy industry. And that continues to be an important element in building neighborhoods and this city. And we just ask you to be considerate. We're almost there.
Thank you. I'm being asked by Councillor Davis. And go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. You probably heard my questions previously, and I'm going to ask the same ones. Right now, there are not only those that don't have permits, although I don't know that there are many that don't have permits. MLS has been able to, I think, mostly capture those, but there are many that have very different clearway requirements or have achieved a huge range of differences in terms of their clearways in front of their buildings. And right now, if we were to grandparent, it would be very unfair for many people who are new or those that were in compliance. How do you deal with the fairness question? Because at our recent, one of our BIAs recently, there was clearly a discussion of this, and there was concern about the lack of fairness of unequal enforcement of the previous clearway requirements. How do you deal with the fairness question?
Well, I think you're dealing with it with this report. I think that's exactly what's being brought before you to, moving forward, have some significant consistency. As well, you're phasing in, you're trying to bring people in, you're being fair with putting dollars towards accommodating those that are there. But I would hate to think that for the sake of a patio being 1.92 meters of clearway, for the sake of those 2 millimeters, 5 inches, that we would shut down a patio that is...
Nobody's talking about shutting down.
Well, that's what the fairness is.
Okay, so I have a very good example where an order was issued for them to make it smaller because they built it wider. And they built a platform, and they shouldn't have built a platform because they had a 5% greater than 5% grade. And then they didn't. And in fact, their neighbor built another one, and there are others on the street that went in that did not meet the 2.1 clearway. And now we have a situation where there just are, how do you grandparent
You don't grandparent those. Look,
Okay.
a bylaw is only as good as its enforcement. If you're telling me that these people didn't have a permit or an application to go out and build these, then the city has every right under its bylaws to deal with those issues.
Okay.
If in fact the city issued a permit and they weren't in compliance because the city gave flexibility, then I can't deal with that. But if somebody is building stuff illegally, I've had the pleasure of serving 7.5 years at the Committee of Adjustments in Etobicoke, and we've had variances, et cetera, where people build stuff illegally, and I have voted to have that structure removed.
So what, if it required a foot taken off the patio to come into compliance, why wouldn't we ask for that?
You potentially could, but is there an alternative? Is there a better method? Does it have to be a foot? How does that impact? Do they lose a whole row of tables, et cetera? So I think the accommodation, I think that's in here, and I truly believe that the appeal provisions that are embedded in this, first with licensing and subsequently with community council, could accommodate that, could deal with that. Does it have to be a foot? Should it be more than a foot? Could 6 inches suffice and still provide a clear way? Is it on the major arterial or is it on the side street? I think there are a number of elements that are at play here that the appeals provision, if we don't feel the bylaw has touched on them, are a good way to go through.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kiro. Thank you. The next deputant is Sarah Klimenhenga, followed by Amanda O'Rourke.
Hi, councillors.
Morning. How are you? Please.
Good, thank you. To be or not to be, that is not the question. To listen to accessibility advocates or to listen to businesses who want affordable fees and space on the sidewalk is also not the question. The important question is how to accommodate everyone's needs. As a mother who has struggled with crowded sidewalks when I had a stroller, and now worries when I'm navigating narrow sidewalks amongst giant garbage bins, I understand that there can be no denying the basic need of these accessibility advocates for unfettered pathways on the sidewalk. There are ways to meet the needs of everyone involved in this debate. So I will speak to my own, the way I've talked about how I struggle, but I also am a barrier sometimes to people. I bicycle, and I like to park my bike in front of the store that I'm going into. But I now realize this impedes the free movement of others. So if you put bicycle parking on the street, I will happily give up my beloved sidewalk ring and posts to give up more space for the clearway. I have one further comment about the fees, because I don't believe in high fees for sidewalk patios as a resident. In particular, I'm concerned about the recommendation about the fees for parklets in this bylaw. I think a merchant or a BIA who is willing to give up parking space and put in a parklet should absolutely be encouraged and not penalized. The fees should not be expected to compensate for the loss in parking revenue, because a parklet is highly beneficial for the city. So to conclude, I support the staff in their considered attention to this issue, and I support the recommendation of a larger clearway. And I believe we can accommodate everyone's needs by creating wider sidewalks across the city. Don't make us fight over small pieces of sidewalk pie.
Please, can we have more pie?
Thank you.
With that, thank you. Any questions to the deputant? Thank you so much for your presentation. Very inspiring.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please go ahead.
My name is Amanda O'Rourke. I am Executive Director of 880 Cities. We're a nonprofit organization based in Toronto, and our organization is based on the simple yet powerful idea that if everything we did in our cities was great for an 8-year-old and an 80-year-old, then it would be great for everyone, from 0 to over 100. We have advised over 200 cities around the world over the last 10 years on enhancing mobility and public space as a means to creating more vibrant, healthy, and equitable cities. I am here as a supporter of the Sidewalks for All campaign and ask that Council support the staff recommendations of a minimum 2.1 meter clearway to ensure people of all ages and all abilities can walk or roll on one of our city's most valuable but underappreciated assets, our sidewalks. We are very happy to see that staff are making this recommendation. It is a great step to improve the quality of life for all Torontonians. Every trip begins and ends with walking, and everybody walks. The sidewalk is where we see our friends and neighbors. It's where we step out to get that first cup of coffee in the morning. It's where our children get pushed in strollers, toddle, walk, and eventually run, and they are the mainstay of vibrant local business districts. We have to stop building our cities as if everyone was 30 years old and athletic. If we cannot provide the basic means for all residents to participate in, as what Jane Jacobs would say, the ballet of the good city sidewalk, then we cannot call ourselves a civilized city. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the deputant? Thanks so much for your presentation. Now we'll move to Adam Roy Cohon. I understand that Mr. Brown wants to speak a little bit later. So, Adam Roy Cohon.
Doesn't turn very well.
Okay,
You're pretty good.
Yeah, I hear that I'm being amplified.
Good.
So what I wanted to talk to you guys about is, imagine you're walking down the street, and you're walking, and you see a person you know, and some mornings you actually give a nod to each other and you smile. And that makes your day. Now, if the sidewalk is too narrow or too busy or too noisy, And even if you see your friend, maybe they're distracted and they don't talk to you. Now, to most people, that it will have an effect on your day. It may be small, it may be large, but it does have an effect on your day. These daily sidewalk interactions, if the sidewalk is too crowded or too narrow to even take a minute to stop and acknowledge your neighbor, it's gonna be detrimental to everybody. And there's been an interesting trend in the last 10 years on sidewalks, which is we need more space, not for what you normally think are people just going back and forth, but we actually need more space for those people that are on the sidewalk that are like Jay Robinson right now, gawking up and down at their phone. They actually need space to actually take some time, because I've been on the sidewalk. I've noticed people getting text and stuff, and then they get enthralled in that text, and they stop walking, and they actually cause a little stop. So if there's nowhere for them to move off into the corner for me to get around, I can't go on the sidewalk, off the sidewalk onto the road like everybody else. And you know, sometimes I give them a nudge and they say, oh, you should have had a bell. No, what I would have needed to actually get your attention, because I've been saying excuse me, is a damn air horn to actually get them out of the way. And the other little nuisance on the sidewalk that I have are the A-frames, the marketing furniture that actually seems to wander. And when it comes to the condo companies, they seem to work with the same people that breed rabbits, because condo and realty signs are all over the place. I'm hoping somewhere in these bylaws they will be looked after, the fees will go up, so they might think about where they actually stick them, because they leave them everywhere. In my area, it's developing more and more, and there are way too many of them, and I can't even move some of them because they've started weighing them down so they don't blow over in the wind. So that's a problem. But in my final little time, I just want to say quickly, because this is going to be an experiment, I want to put a motion that says if for some reason a new patio put in under these experiments don't work, so there's a 1 year, a 6 months trial, that if the patio doesn't work, that it can be amended and stuff, and they can argue we've got infinite right for that space, because if a patio isn't working and it needs a gentle amendment, you should be able to quickly amend it if it's in the best interest of the community and Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Cajon. Thank you, and thank you for your meaningful and entertaining presentation. Thank you. Questions to the deputant? Councillor Davis.
Thank you very
Councillor
much.
Davis, go ahead.
I wondered about the 20% angle. I don't know whether you've seen the graphic that shows that the guidelines will allow for the throughway to move, I don't think meander is the right word. It will go in and out 20%, 20 degrees. And I'm wondering what you think about that. Have you seen that?
Yeah, my best example is how does Dundas Street work? It meanders, it has weird bends, it has all that. And in some places it works, some places you, even on the sidewalk, have to really be on your joystick and really make turns, and when you're in vehicles and, you know, and stuff, it's like when the streetcars are making turns, or like even harder bend, you're hearing grinding and stuff. It's harder to make those turns for people in wheelchairs, and God forbid, the people with the smartphones. They're gonna have even more trouble making the turns as their smartphone zombies walking down the street and stuff. And I really think in this whole process and in the next few years, I think you guys really have to, just in general, analyze how the sidewalks are truly used in your neighborhoods. I think there is this idea that sidewalks are used the same as they were 20, 40, 60 years ago. They're used a lot different now than they used to be. So that's a challenge I want to put out to both Works and Licensing and Standard, is to work together, use some of the money that's gained from that to actually study how sidewalks are actually used.
Oh, that's very interesting. I think I heard someone else say that as well. Do we have enough information about pedestrian volumes, how mobility devices are being used, how street furniture and patios and tree pits and are being used? That it's important to understand better.
Yes, and stuff, and you've got an excellent opportunity to have a little bit of extra income to pay for some of these
studies
with using some of these fees towards actually doing this stuff.
So more tailored approach than a standard approach. That's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Howell, for your presentation. Please come back. It was amazing. Thank you. The next deputant is Robert Stambula, followed by Janice Salmon. Morning, sir. Good to have you here.
Good morning.
Please go ahead. 3 minutes.
I'm not sure how you follow the previous speaker, but I'll try. My name is Robert Stambula. I'm from the Harvard Village Residents Association, and we have some history with this. Over 10 years ago, we had a project in reconstructing College Street between Bathurst and Spadina. We held off sidewalk reconstruction to coordinate new sidewalks with new water mains with new streetcar tracks. One project instead of 3 that happens often elsewhere in the city. And we got new trees and we got wide sidewalks and better patios. And we did come at that time and argued for a clearway. We argued for curbside patios. We argued for the ability to expand into your neighbor's space. So we come with some experience on this. And we come here to support the Sidewalks for All Coalition and their asks and the staff report. We have some soft suggestions for improvements on the staff report. But I want to touch on quickly one element that my BIA friend referenced, and that was to say that a bylaw is only as good as its enforcement, and that the coalition has asked for dedicated staff, as there is, to make sure that cyclists and cyclopaths are properly monitored and enforced, that this bylaw be enforced as well, and some resources be moved towards that. To some particulars, though. On the threshold of refusing an application or renewal, one of the items that's specified is compliance with the bylaw and payment of fees. And that makes sense, but it's silent on other matters. I think it would be embarrassing for everyone if something was approved or for renewal or on first instance, if it was a place with multiple public health violations or liquor violations or criminal violations. So I think that needs to be expanded to a greater scope of issues that would be assessed. We had the sad circumstance of someone being killed and a body found in a patio, something that hopefully never happens again. How patio licenses are transferred. Right now, they're almost by stealth unless you find out about them. And we think that the process should be no different than approvals. It's a new business. It's a new operator. It could be a completely new business model. Whereas in our neighborhood, there was a restaurant with an arts approach and poetry readings and authors in. It changed to what we feared potentially was a restaurant that was having so many shots for so many dollars liquor approach. But very different business model, but we worked with them and got approved. The other thing that I would say is enclosed restaurants and year-round restaurants, we would oppose because it's a privatization of property, and we enjoy the pause of the off-patio season in the neighboring homes to have a little more quiet in the wintertime. Lastly, we've engaged with patio applicants and neighbors to get patios approved, our residents association. And one of the things we found helpful is a little shorter time periods, a little stronger prohibitions on amplified noise, and entry and exit through the restaurants rather than through the side streets. When we've been able to do that, neighbors get more relaxed about it, and it helps applicants get those patios. We'd suggest in our written material provides for all of that. Thank you for the little extra time.
Thank you, Mr. Stamboula. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next applicant, Janice Salomon, followed by Ian Brown, and Gordon Brown next.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to have you here. Please go ahead.
Sorry. I'm Janice Solomon, Executive Director of the Entertainment District Business Improvement Area. I would like to thank the staff that worked on the establishment of the harmonized bylaw for sidewalk cafes, parklets, and marketing displays. This is an item that's been worked on for a number of years and with an immense amount of effort. So I do want to really extend my thanks for all of those involved in this. I want to just address, before I kind of get into my deputation, a couple of things that have been said in previous deputants, including Mr. Cahoon's comment about doing a city sidewalk study, which I think is a brilliant idea, because part of this is a study in human behavior. We have what's called Restaurant Row in the Entertainment District along King Street, where we have about 12 continuous patios, one after another, of small business operators. And we have TIFF and the Hyatt Regency sort of opposite to these restaurants and patios. And where do all the pedestrians want to walk? On the Restaurant Row side of the street. So if you just take that as one example of human behavior is attracted to where the life and the vibrancy is, this is a really good example to study from. The other thing I want to address is comments about winter takedown. Again, I'll use Restaurant Row because some of them use the patio space to put up decorative trees and lights in the wintertime that really helps to brighten the street in those sort of long, dark winter days. So I want that to be taken under consideration. And then the fees themselves, just to really understand that all of the people in my district that have patios on public realm are all small business operators. They've been squeezed to the limit for a number of reasons over the years on multiple things that are impacting them from different levels of government. And so I really would hope that we can have just a little bit more consultation on the fee structure before we move forward. I want to also address that I participate on the AODA Small Business Advisory Board and the OCAD University Inclusionary Design Advisory Board for Small Business. They appreciate and understand a bit of meandering on sidewalks because they also understand it supports the life of the street. The real barrier lies in the fact that there's no accountability within the Act for the conditions of the streets and sidewalks themselves. Sidewalk unevenness and road buckling, potholes, and deterioration are real obstacles that pose a serious public safety hazard every day. I'm here today to ask the city to take accountability for the conditions of the streets and sidewalks and step up and go beyond the act. Regular road and sidewalk checks, resurfacing needs to become a city priority. Accessibility and mobility issues are key concerns that I continue to advocate for. I will also continue to advocate to ensure that businesses do their best to take measures to introduce accessible premises, and I hope the city will do their part to ensure we have a safe public realm surface to navigate. Thank you.
Thank you. I have questions for you, visiting members of council. If not, Councilor Malidi, you're first.
Welcome back. Thank you for being here. My question, I'm going to try and make specific to King Street. My condolences, by the way. I understand that it's like a funeral home right now on King Street. So I think it's going to get worse just based on this report, because it's suggesting that any one of your businesses that want to apply for the new licenses will probably have to wait for the sidewalks to get widened even more. And that means one thing, and that means losing parking space. Well, you've already lost your parking spaces, I'm sorry. The road space, right? How do you feel about that, given what's going on right now on King Street and representing all the businesses that seem to think that they may not be in business in just a few short months?
Well, I mean, there are 2 points to this, because some of them may end up being out of business by January 1st. And so we're going to be tracking these vacancies as they come along. I've never had storefront vacancies until this past year, and now I've got several. But with that said, this King Street Transit pilot is posing interesting times, because you're correct. We don't have on-street parking. There are planters that are sort of defining sort of a curb lane space. So we're really looking to see where the next steps of creation of even is there a potential for even greater patio space in the absence of parking. So all of this is being looked at in the moment, but to your earlier point, it's a scary time for small business, no question.
So in your view, I've heard it already a few times just with respect to enforcement being a measure that's necessary. You touched on that a little bit with respect to how the conditions of the sidewalks. How do we get around that? Because are we going to be enforcing the city's neglect on making sure everything is even? Or do you think that that's going to go down a different path, and that's going to be that the businesses are going to have to be stuck with the cost of evening out even the sidewalks?
I think there's some creative thinking that needs to go along with what I'm talking about here. In my area, there is never a shortage of construction hoarding taking up the sidewalk, and the pedestrian is then moved into the curb lane. And I have never seen a situation where you've made the developer pay to resurface that curb lane before we're stuck in it for 3 years or 5 years, depending on the development. So for me, that's just one example. The bike lanes, we were promised a little more thoughtfulness around the bike lanes. We're the ones that put our planters to make it safer for the cyclists to move along Richmond and Adelaide and Simcoe Street as more of a barrier between the cars. Again, no road resurfacing that took place, and I see these cyclists every day on Adelaide just, you know, with their knuckles tight on their on their handlebars, because it looks like a very precarious street to be moving along. So sidewalks, I could take people on a walk and show you the crumbling infrastructure on sidewalks.
I'll actually be down there very soon, because I'm going to play an active part on King Street, probably the only one down there. Who knows what I'll do, but at the end of the day, I'd love to
take you on a tour.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a quick one. It's really not on topic, but On Yonge Street, I represent two BIAs that are very active and nonstop concerns about taxes and rents and anyway, on and on. But I'm seeing tons of doors closed, and it's very unsettling. And as I talk to the ones that are still open, they're unnerved, like they're just shaking. So what are you seeing happening on King Street? I was just curious what you alluded to at the...
Well, if we're talking just about the general state of
yes,
small business,
business,
as our property values are soaring, small businesses are often taking up the bulk of the operational costs of the actual building that they're in. So between energy costs like the hydro rates, the taxes, all of the operational costs that go into operating a restaurant that keep increasing, and then you bring in a minimum wage increase in a dramatic way in a short period of time. And the key thing for me is my businesses already pay $15 plus. It's a cascade up effect. You don't start at minimum wage at $14, $15 and then think that you don't have to move the $16, $17, $18, $19, and $20 wages up. So it's a big hit, and it's a tipping point for a lot of them, no question.
Thank you. Just curious.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation. Dean Brown, followed by Gordon Brown.
Oh, is it? I think she needs this. Yeah. What? Okay. Sit. And that's on the other chair. There. Okay. Here you go. You're ready to go. And who's is everybody sitting like all over? Like
It's a horseshoe around.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Please go ahead. Good to have you here. Please go ahead. 2 minutes.
With your permission, we're both representing Sidewalks for All, so we would like to do a joint deputation as Walk for All.
Absolutely. May I have your name, please?
Gordon Brown.
You have 6 minutes altogether. Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, councillors and stakeholders, for allowing me to speak, to give my perspective. I am the co-chair of the City of Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee and the chapter president of the Alliance for Equality of Blind Canadians. And as mentioned, my name is Yin Brown, but you wouldn't know it. When I walk down the street, people see me coming and they say, watch out. They call me Watch Out. And my middle name is Careful. Why? Because I smash into patio fences. I walk into these cafe chairs, bump into trees, trip over A-frames, and have even knocked down other pedestrians. So, am I a danger to society? Should I self-impose my own isolation? Or should we make our sidewalks more walkable, comfortable, safer for pedestrians? I don't drive, I don't bike, I just walk. I don't even do much exercise, if you ask my husband. I walk to do my shopping. I walk to my favorite restaurants and patios. And I walk to go to work, come to meetings such as this. I am here today not to promote sidewalks. I am here to promote vibrant neighborhoods and healthy communities where businesses get lots of foot traffic, where pedestrians of all abilities and of all ages walk about comfortably, easily, and frequently to their local businesses. When my current husband and I walk side by side down the sidewalk, we don't want to block people coming the other way. So we really need a minimum of 2.1 meter walking path. And you don't want to see me winding all over the place. I do that very well already. And sometimes we have to even get off the curbside onto the roads to avoid patio and marketing display obstructions. So we're asking for a relatively straight, predictable, clear way. And you don't want me to be harassing patio patrons with my white cane tapping on their legs. So it is very important to have a cane-detectable demarcation, a fencing of some kind to separate unobserving pedestrians like myself, free-range children, from happy patio patrons. And we've already heard again and again, we're not here moving words around to make the bylaws look good on paper. We want for it to be effective, to be meaningful for all our communities. So yes, proactive monitoring and enforcement. And finally, don't make us wait another 8 years to feel comfortable and safe walking on our sidewalks. After all, it is our sidewalks. Don't drive pedestrians away from businesses. Don't push us off to the curbside or even onto the roads. We pedestrians are part of this vibrant Toronto neighborhoods.
Well said. With the chair's kind indulgence, if I could have a full 3 minutes to do the remaining presentation, that would be very much appreciated. We hadn't quite foreseen the timing.
All right, I'll if you can stick to just 1 minute over, if you can go.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Gordon Brown, also speaking on behalf of the coalition endeavoring to help provide Toronto with sidewalks for all. Since our startup just 3 months ago, short months ago, support has grown to 22 organizations representing hundreds of thousands of Torontonians. This includes city building advocates, residents and tenants associations, active transportation advocates, and advocates for seniors and those with disabilities. Our base includes Toronto Council's Accessibility Advisory Committee, as well as high-profile, high-membership organizations such as the CNIB, Toronto Seniors Forum, CARP, Walk Toronto, and 880 Cities, which you heard today. It also includes the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations that represents 30 residents associations from North York and North Toronto, and the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations, the largest such organization in Canada. These are all your constituents. We're happy to be here to provide qualified support for the bylaws. Crowded, obstructed, disjointed sidewalks are uncomfortable for all users, and as you've heard today, it's of a particular concern for those who have balance, vision, mobility, cognitive impairments, and the young and the old. The bylaws will correct these accessibility problems where they exist now, and they'll prevent them from happening in areas of the city where patios are now expanding. Our submission documents everything we like about the bylaws, and they go a long way towards our vision of having wide, essentially straight, clear, accessible sidewalks, and soon. And with our 5 requests, we believe these bylaws will bring Toronto closer to the commitment of being a barrier-free city. We agree with our Walk Toronto supporters that safe mobility is a right. The corollary is that business use of public space is a privilege. But from our broad base of residents associations, we have heard loud and clear that they believe that the creative new patio options and clearway requirements will deliver the accessibility and vibrancy they want in their main streets. In closing, Torontonians rely on Council to provide many things, but certainly for infrastructure projects that afford safe, efficient movement through the city. The King Street Pilot Project and Bloor Street bike lanes are excellent examples. With our coalition's requested improvements, we firmly believe these bylaws will significantly improve pedestrian safety and comfort on Toronto sidewalks. We therefore ask you to please strongly support these bylaws with our requested amendments. Thank you very much for your time.
Are there any questions from visiting councillors? Are there questions from members of the committee? Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mato Aguilar. Is Mato?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Dina.
Welcome, Mato. You have 3 minutes to speak to us.
Yes. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. 3 minutes? I am a talker.
Ask you to do your best.
My name is Mato Aguilar, a member of the Alliance for Equality of Blind Canadians, under, of course, Ian Brown, our president, and, of course, of my own organization, the I Believe I Can See. I am legally blind and a very active white cane user. And I use and travel around many different parts of the city. I live in Etobicoke, but my business activities are mostly here in Toronto and downtown area with my meetings and other events. I am glad that a 2.1 meter minimum has been recommended for the pedestrians clearway. And I thank you so much for the staff for doing that. However, there is one suggestion that concerns me. It is the no barriers at all between the 2.1 meter walkway where some customers would sit in front of cafe and restaurants. The blind and partially sighted pedestrians tend to trail along walks, fences, or cane detectable demarcation. Without those so-called barriers, we can easily walk into marketing displays, cafe areas, and even may hit with our white cane some customers eating on the patio. One could very well imagine how unpleasant this would be for both the BPS pedestrians and the cafe patrons. It would be quite easy to accidentally walk into tables, chairs, and patrons without a protected fence. It is mandatory that these areas be detectable by the white cane in order to travel around instead of it through tables, chairs, and patrons. The lack of clear separation, therefore, is not just annoying, but poses a danger for both parties concerned. The call for new bylaws on outdoor setting is loud and clear. It should not only be heard, but must be listened to and acted upon. We, the vulnerable, must not wait for years to have the bylaws enacted. And just by waiting for 8 years, the time is now. But our call does not end there. Bylaws must be strictly enforced and complied with. Bylaws without enforcement become useless and futile.
Mato, may I ask you that you wrap up? May I ask that you wrap up?
Pardon?
May I ask that you wrap up, please? The 3 minutes has passed.
Oh, can I just continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. They are doomed to fail. We want our councillors, general managers, and city staff to help us move these important initiatives ahead for us. We trust you to see the practicality and safety of our request. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from visiting councillors? Are there any questions from members of the committee? No, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Kathy McDonald.
Good morning.
Welcome, Kathy.
Kathy McDonald. I'm here today representing both the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations, of which I'm co-chair, and the Deer Park Residents Group, which I'm past president, and President John Plumidor was unable to attend. There are letters from both associations. So I'd really like to commend the staff on a very thoughtful process and report. It's certainly a complicated issue and very important for our city. As Gord Brown indicated, we support Sidewalks for All and also its additional recommendations. We agree that the context is really important for considering sidewalk cafes and other such facilities, particularly because the city is intensifying so much. It seems strange that the city is divided into the downtown and the rest of the city, where areas like Yonge and Eglinton, all along Yonge Street, are very heavily used pedestrian areas, and where the clearways are really important. At Yonge and Eglinton and Yonge and St. Clair, where I live, we're seeing development applications with widened sidewalks as a requirement because the existing sidewalks are too small. So we need to ensure that the sidewalk widths are appropriate and that the cafes don't take over. I guess how to deal with these contextual issues. We really support the idea of having notices posted on the site so people using the street can see where the sidewalk cafes are proposed, and also where the applications for amplified noise are made, so that people along the street can be able to comment, and I assume councillors are notified of all of these applications as well. A new kind of concern for sidewalk users to bring to your attention is, on a bit over the time, is the above-grade utility installations that are being dealt with at council, and that they can really interfere with clearways. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from visiting councillors? Questions from the committee? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. So just, hi. You're right, that report is making its way through council slowly. I guess just your concerns are those big utility, I want to say ugly utility boxes.
Yeah, that intrude into the sidewalks.
Right.
Yes.
And so their placement is kind of willy-nilly or
well, it affects the sidewalk width, because they're often like about 4 feet wide, 3 feet high, and they stick out about this much. And I guess in new developments, we want to see them, if they have to be there, built into the new buildings.
And so there are obstructions as well as they're unsightly, and then also on top of that, dangerous.
I mean, in this context today, it's the obstruction that's, it's a safety accessibility issue as well as unsightly.
And did you have any ideas, like genuine ideas about how you address that, like how you, how you fix that on a long-term basis?
Well, I think on a long-term basis, we have to understand why they're suddenly appearing. And I understand Enbridge is saying that they're dangerous below grade, or below ground where they used to be. But they're, I mean, we need to look at other locations and buildings, like at the backs or built into buildings, or on the flanking streets where they won't interfere so much with pedestrian traffic.
Do you recall why they said it was dangerous below grade?
We have no information and have been asking for it. I mean, what is more dangerous, below grade or above grade? And the above grade installations are now getting these big bollards around them. So the installation area becomes huge because they're a safety hazard at grade 2.
So did they happen to say it was a labor issue or it was inclement weather, like the intensifying storms? Or?
I don't know.
You don't know.
We've been asking and we don't know.
You're not getting clear answers.
We're not really understanding the problem.
Okay, I was just actually interested, curious. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Are there any questions from other committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for speaking to us. The next speaker I have is Emily Dagler. Is Emily here? Excellent.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Emily.
For taking a moment, I'm just going to get my photos up here. Sorry, guys, I'll be 1 minute.
Yeah, just let me know when you're ready to go.
Yep. Okay, everybody. I'm sorry for taking a moment. I'm trying to get my photo album up that will show you some of the images of what people with disabilities go through on a daily basis in Toronto. And I'm going to get my lovely friend here from AV, who's helped me numerous times because he's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Some of them are full size on device, some of them are not. I got to turn the brightness up, don't I? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so this is my first time doing this stuff. Being visually impaired, I can't really see what's up. So this is a picture of construction on a sidewalk, and it shows the back of an accessible button. So every so often, I'm going to go like that and show you more pictures. This is the Kaplansky's Deli with the stopgap ramp. Yay, one of the first ones on College Street, which I love. This is a pole in the middle of a curb cut. So I'll leave this one up for a moment, just to illustrate some of the issues. I'm a person with multiple disabilities. I come from this from many different ways. I'm both legally blind, I'm in a wheelchair, and I'm hearing impaired. I don't carry a white cane because I've broken too many of them on broken sidewalks and curb cuts that barely exist, such as ones up along Bay Street. The two words I have the most problems with sidewalk cafes and A-frame signs and places putting furniture outside of their premises are on King Street, Queen Street, Ward 27, Ward 28, and the above. And there's just some of it. Now I want to highlight, I think I'm poking the right one. Yes. This one in particular. This is what I worry about. When cafes and restaurants want to put up tables out front of their premises, this is what I'm concerned about. And for my fellow visually impaired friends, I will digress. It is a table with a single chair sitting directly in front of the wheelchair accessibility button on the front of a restaurant on Bay Street, just above Bloor. This restaurant is also well known for discriminating against the visually impaired and wheelchair users who use service dogs or guide dogs. I want to say hello to my counselors here, but especially to the people with disabilities that have come here today. And it would be really great if they'd come more often. I'm one of the regulars around here, and I will admit. But I digress. My city councilor friends here, not one of you have disabilities. The attitude towards accessibility is shown well at City Hall, because imagine if a councilor was elected with a disability, such as in a wheelchair or blind. How accessible is council chambers? How accessible is the back room of council chambers? That same attitude is brought to the attitude about sidewalks and cafes being accessible. It has been said that only 10% of non-chain-owned restaurants are wheelchair accessible. But of that 10%, how many truly try? Of that 10%, only 2% have wheelchair accessible washrooms or large print menus. Mr. Livy, it'd be nice if you listened. Thank you. I appreciate you very much, but cell phones. As a person with multiple disabilities, I can't access most patios and cafes and restaurants. This is what the BIAs won't tell you. Danforth, King Street, Entertainment District, all these different areas, Yonge Street, Bay Street. They have all these pretty patios and cafes. They're not accessible. One of them is a cafe that you guys tend to go to a lot, just south of here. I won't mention the name, it's on York Street. Earl's, there I mentioned it. Not accessible. Would be great if they were. Small businesses complain they don't get business. How many of them have done what Zane Kaplansky did and put in a ramp? Now this is when he's closed, so his stopgap ramp isn't up, but normally it's right there. His patio is right here, beautifully accessible. One of the first on College Street to be accessible. This is right near York Street along the sidewalk on Queen. And you notice on your left how narrow that space is between the fence of the law school and the sidewalk, and then you've got bus stops and you've got garbage cans. That's not even showing at University of Queen. Sorry. I'm dealing with the last effects of pneumonia. So that's showing you how narrow that is. Now you imagine that narrowness at cafes and sidewalks where they want to have patios. Please don't become Halifax, where they allow these patio bump outs and have no regard concerning accessibility for the blind, visually impaired, or people in wheelchairs. Here goes my finger. There we go. This is showing one of the other problems with sidewalks. Need to be mentioned, that's a city track. There's another view of it. Excuse the fingers. This is a good view of out in Scar. I think it's Scarborough, I don't remember. But where it's pretty clear, bus stop, garbage can. Oh, forgot to show you one thing. This is what I believe in accessibility. I love food trucks because see the door on the side of the food truck near the driver's area? They come down there to serve people with disabilities. They're more than willing to. Any food truck, just about. I'm gonna go back to this picture for a minute. See that garbage can? It has a foot pedal. Not accessible for people with disabilities. If you're visually impaired, you can't tell what to put where you're recycling your cans, your newspapers, your Braille books, whatever. So it'd be really great if Toronto would have a better view of accessibility. This is St. Clair Avenue last winter. It took 9 calls to the city councillor and to the city of Toronto 311. 311 wouldn't listen to me to get that cleared. That's a giant pile of ice and crap by the snowplows on the curb cut. So it'd be wonderful. Now our poor homeless population, we need more shelter beds. Look where they're ending up, on curb cuts. Wow. So sidewalks and restaurants need to worry. This is up in, I believe.
Thank you, Emily. We get, I think we got the message, and you had double the time.
That's
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Any questions to the deputant? As visiting members, Councillor Davis, please go ahead.
What is that you just showed us?
That is inside a My Way transit, the My Way, I call it the busway system, their transit way. That's one of their stations with totally weather-resistant urban braille style detection material. There's a member on the accessibility committee here in Toronto who has worked with Mississauga on this, Mr. Darren, he'll tell you. That's great warning tactile. It's just a little piece of it.
So is this something we could do on a sidewalk for
Yeah, and in TTC.
cane identification?
Yep.
Outside?
Yep.
Okay. You know that the proposal is to allow for a 20-degree difference between two patios.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any thoughts on that and how we might address that?
Oh, absolutely. I have huge ideas, and the biggest one is that it's got to be both accessible for wheelchair users and for people with canes and guide dogs. One of the biggest problems is along King Street, between Spadina and University. Some of those patios make that sidewalk so narrow, I can't get by. Absolutely, that and the hoarding, I can't get by. And people with wheelchairs, we have a heck of a time. I mean, you guys went after signs, but we showed you there was 3 wheelchairs between the edge of the sidewalk and Signs' ramp. You know, the mailboxes weren't even clearly in the way. York Street is a quarter of that, 20% between patios. You go along King Street, there's steps up onto patios. We can't get into patios. These restaurants complain they're losing business along King Street. Well, it'd be nice if they were actually wheelchair accessible. Scarborough and Etobicoke have it right. I can get around there fine, sidewalks and patios. Here in downtown Toronto, Toronto Area Wards 27, 28, forget about it.
Okay, thank you, Emily. Those were good pictures.
Thank you. Is Madam Chair Robinson?
Hi, I also enjoyed your photos.
Hello, stranger.
Hi. Yeah, good to see you too. So the trucks on the sidewalks, that has been a recurring theme in the Young Eglinton area. And a number of my constituents have sent in very similar photos to that. And one gentleman actually was almost hit by the truck that was parked on the sidewalk. So have you seen that a lot?
Absolutely.
And what areas of the city are you seeing that? Is it associated to development, I guess, or any thoughts around that?
That truck in particular was at Progress and Milner, where I used to live. I used to live Progress and Shepherd. In your area, Young Eglinton Square, have stairs going down with no tactile warnings, with no color adjustment, with no high contrast warnings. I've wrecked my front left caster because Young Eglinton Square have the dip of the stairs with no warning.
Okay, that's good. It's actually Carmichael.
Stuff like that is
yeah,
dangerous.
It's dangerous. But so you've seen a lot of these trucks on
Yes.
sidewalks?
Yes.
Wow.
My area has tons of condos going up. We've got filming, incredible amount of filming. We've got the Christmas market, and no one gives a flying hoot that there's 60 people in that area that have disabilities, and probably 40 or 50 of them have wheelchair users.
Okay, so you think it's associated with development, condo development, the trucks? It's not just.
We've got condo buildings being built on Lower River. I'm sorry for interrupting, Jay.
It's okay.
We've got condo development on Lower River. We've got people using our street, Front Street, and Lower River as an expressway. We've got that. We've got trucks for the condo buildings not watching where they're going. We've had 4 of our wheelchair users in my area hit in 2 years. And that's Ward 28. That's Pan Am Housing District. That's the distillery. My fear is with these trucks that you've raised a point that is a really huge sore point for me. These trucks, they don't look where they're going. They have no concern for people like us.
Well, they're so big, yes, I agree. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Emily, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And the last deputant for today is Wendy Porch. We'll give Emily just a few seconds.
Oh, Wendy knows me well. She's on.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wendy Porch. I'm a member of the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee, and I'm the chair of the Employment Working Group. I'm also a person with a disability. The Accessibility Advisory Committee has been discussing this issue for quite some time, but only in terms of one set of guidelines at a time. When we were discussing the guidelines related to the sidewalk cafes, it became clear that there were numerous things that actually impact on the ability of people with disabilities to get around. The cafes are one thing, Snow clearance is another, the sandwich board signs are another, and where vegetables and other goods go on the sidewalk is another. And none of these bylaws and related guidelines speak clearly to each other or to the need for a continuous unobstructed clearway. I can tell you, people with disabilities will not be able to traverse the sidewalks in an acceptable manner without a clearway minimum of 2.1 meters. I've said it before and I'll say it again, quite simply, if people with disabilities cannot get down the sidewalk, they cannot live, they cannot participate in the community, they cannot shop or spend money or take their kids to daycare. I want to point out that our federal government is currently recognizing the need for better inclusion of people with disabilities. They are now engaged in the drafting of legislation aimed at the inclusion of people with disabilities in Canada. At the same time, are we really talking about creating sidewalks that people with disabilities can't safely navigate? Minister Qualtrough and Minister Hare, our federal ministers of persons with disabilities, are both committed in particular to improving the employment rates of people with disabilities, with an unemployment rate of nearly 1 in 2, but we are now literally still talking about erecting barriers and getting down the street. Will people with disabilities be able to get into work if these national improvements and attitudes to hiring people with disabilities be achieved, if they cannot get down the sidewalk? People with disabilities are also taxpayers. I am a taxpayer. And I am saddened that the discussion in 2017 of erecting sidewalks that do not adequately provide space for people with disabilities. As a mom with a disability, I have had to push my kiddo, my son, around the city, and I can tell you that the safety of my child and of other people's children will be compromised if we do not ensure an unobstructed clearway of at least 2.1 meters. So I ask you to consider this question, and I actually think this is a fundamentally critical question. Do you actually support the inclusion of people with disabilities in your community? If so, support the minimum clearway. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. If you do, because these are your sisters, your brothers, your mothers, your fathers, your kids' friends. If you do, show support for the minimum clearway of 2.1 meters and show Toronto that people with disabilities count and that inclusion is not just something that we pay lip service to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Porch. Thank you. Questions to the deputant? Thanks so much for your presentation. Okay, we are done with parking presentations. Now we'll move to questions to staff. Is questions to staff. Visiting members, Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, first of all, about the 20-degree variation to the pedestrian clearway. In the graphic that's contained here, it looks, well, first of all, where did the 20% come from? How did you come up with 20%?
Through you, Chair, the staff did a significant amount of best practices review to identify what might be an acceptable and gradual shift in the sidewalk. And we modeled the 20%, 20 degrees, excuse me, after both New York City and Seattle.
So it looks good on a highlighted graph, but if you are visually impaired, how do you know that there is going to be a 20-degree adjustment in the throughway?
Through you, the white cane detectable railings that would need to be at both sidewalk cafes. I'm looking at the same diagram that you were looking at in the report. It would be a, you would, what were we gonna say? You'd be able to use the cane detectability of the fencing and the planters, and I think depending on the location, that 20-degree incline could also have some kind of white cane detectability as well.
Right, that's what I wanted to ask. If there were
I'm sorry, Councillor, it's not indicated in the image, but you could certainly chamfer the fence to be able to indicate that, that angle.
Of course, I'm looking for it at the moment and can't find it. It's in the appendix as well. But where it starts Here it is. So it's in the report as well. It shows there are there's A and B on these lines. The where the vertical lines are,
Right,
A and B.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Maybe
point
we
of
could
order.
put it on the screen.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yes, that would be very helpful.
If they could put that diagram on the screen, if that's possible.
Which page is it, Councillor de Beermaker?
We are going to, you have,
Here, it's coming.
do you have the sketch there? Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yes, so the B, if you look at where B is, it looks like it goes right down into where the pavers are along the edge of the curb. Do we really want people to be going that far to close to the curb?
Through you, we use the middle of the clearway as the typical path. I also, Councillor, to your earlier question, the other work that we did to arrive at that 20 degrees was we reviewed appeals from that were approved by community councils where the change in path was approximately 20 degrees.
Okay.
Thank you. That was the last question.
Oh.
Any other questions? No questions? Oh, Councillor Kristen Montano.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to have a better understanding regarding the AODA requirements that are applied across Ontario, the differentiation of application that you're taking here in the city. Can you explain that? 444 municipalities across Ontario. Toronto is obviously not one of the smaller ones, and your recommendation is still 2.1 rather than 1.5. Why did you not move it to 2.5 or 3 meters?
Through you, the AODA minimum is applied Ontario-wide, and most cities take their own approach to what's the appropriate context-specific sidewalk minimum that works with their community. In a city of 2.8 million people, we took the approach of looking at a configuration where you could have 2 people passing and 1 person passing, as well as 2 assistive devices passing. We also looked to history and identified that 2.1 was determined to be an acceptable minimum width for pedestrian clearway in the city of Toronto previously. And we applied it that way. We did, however, look again contextually at where we have higher volumes of pedestrians, and that's why you'll see the 2.5 recommended on streets in the downtown where we have a significantly higher volume of pedestrians.
So you're confident that those adjustments are fair and reasonable, and most importantly, it gives us that sort of baseline range of accessibility?
Through you, yes, and I also think that it, as directed by council, and we went back and did, tried to strike the appropriate balance between the vibrancy and support of the sidewalk cafes and a reasonable and accessible minimum sidewalk clearway for accessibility. So I think it strikes the right balance.
So I want to ask a question regarding the audit that was done, because I may have missed your presentation, so I apologize if you covered it. But how many businesses or how many patios were actually audited during this process?
Through you, we asked some students to go out and do some assessment of sidewalk cafe locations to determine whether they were permitted, unpermitted, as well as marketing displays. We assessed just under 2,000 survey locations, and we identified of those, and the cafes, 700 of those were permitted, but 500 of those were unpermitted. And then the marketing displays, about 250 were permitted and 290-ish were unpermitted.
Sorry, if I could just add in through you, Mr. Chair. And from those numbers, there is a significant component that have actually crept beyond what their permitted allowable space is. we figure in around 50%. The difference, though, is the manner in which we've been applying the measuring standard has differed. So we're measuring to the end of the curb face. Now we're measuring to the more inward point of the curb face. So there has to be a more in-depth analysis done on those locations to determine the extent to which they may or may not have impacted the pedestrian clearway. And so these numbers, as raw numbers, could be a 1-inch difference to a 1 foot. So there's still a lot of work to be done on the outcomes of the audit.
So just to clarify, so there's almost 50% of patios in existence in the city of Toronto as surveyed by the team, and 50% actually do not have licensed patios, and that they are also encroaching.
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's not exactly that clear. So for example, out of the 500 that were identified as being unpermitted, we've attended 116 of those so far. Less than 50% of those actually would require a permit under these guidelines. So it's a very address-specific review. We do have some that are occupying the right-of-way that have not procured a permit. Probably about 25 to 30% of that 500, I think, would require a permit. In addition, we have those that do have permits that have exceeded their permit area. So we have a mash of permitted, exceeding their permitted area, unpermitted, and possibly exceeding what would be a permitted area. We have to do a little bit more, actually significant more analysis on that.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Any other questions? Madam Chair Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick questions. So again, I asked the deputant this, one of the speakers. Do you know the number of patios that are not currently complying with the current Clearway recommendations, like the current one today?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we've identified about 70% of permitted locations that are exceeding their permit area, period. Out of that, we believe we've got about 140 that are actually less than the 1.5 AODA minimum standard. And there's a variety in between. They may not be meeting the 2.1. It could be by 1 inch. It could be by a foot. And that also relates to the manner in which they were measured when they were permitted, to the manner in which we are measuring now. So we've got, I know your question was around the non-compliant with the Clearway. Certainly about 140 aren't even allowing for the 1.5 of the permitted patios that we have. So it's a very individualized, as Barbara mentioned, right, very contextual, address by address review of the conditions and applying the standard to it to determine wholly.
And sorry, so how many would be impacted by what's proposed in the report then? With the requirements proposed in the report, how many would have to modify or alter their current configuration?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I would absolutely say any of those that are currently permitted that have exceeded their permit area, based on that premise. The ones that are permitted that are not allowing for at least the 1.5 meter clearway, which is about 140 of them, they would be directly impacted, as well as any of those that are occupying our right-of-way that do not have a permit. They would be impacted, and they would be held to the standards that are applicable, which has been about 2.1 historically. So there's a number of buckets of work to be done on enforcement.
So there's still a lot of work to be done on that. And then we did hear about, one of the deputants talked about enforcement, that really all of this is for naught if we don't enforce. So what are your thoughts on that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that's one of the ongoing conversations that I'm having with my good colleagues in transportation services. But certainly one of the exercises we undertook this year, and Barbara mentioned about hiring the students. With 2 students, we were able to cover 1,963 locations, identify areas where it needs follow-up and potential enforcement. And part of our proposal here includes accounting for those bodies on an ongoing basis to do this level of work in a reasonable way. I don't think we're staffed appropriately to hit every patio every year and every week, but there are certainly some measures we can do to ensure that standards are being met, in addition to some of the proposals around delineating the permitted patio area, which would ease enforcement efforts.
Okay, just a quick question to transportation on the trucks. And it sounds like there's more work to do, according to MLS, but on the trucks, new topic, parking on sidewalks. It seems like it's becoming a little epidemic, certainly in my neck of the woods, and I'm certain all the councillors in the Young Eglinton area and across the city are seeing the same thing, where trucks are just literally just parking on the sidewalk, in the middle of the sidewalk. It's phenomenal. Small trucks, massive trucks. What can we do to address that issue?
Through you, Chair, the city, certainly transportation and other agencies within the city do not condone trucks parking on the sidewalk and blocking accessible routes to do their daily business. We can certainly refresh people's memory about the requirements to find an appropriate space to park. I think especially in the downtown and some of the more congested areas, as you have noted previously, some of those spaces are getting more and more further and farther between. And so I think we just need to continue to be vigilant about reminding and holding staff accountable to not blocking those pathways.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next, we have Deputy Mayor and Holiday. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question about the parklets, which are the new thing in the report, at least that I've seen. How many parking spaces does a parklet take up?
Through you, a parklet can take up one or more spaces depending on the desire of the applicant. And the applicant would not be the city unless we were to support that with the approval of the adjacent business or conversation with the adjacent business.
But there's some rules in there, like I think somewhere in there it says the parklets, or at least the roadside cafe areas can't be more than 12 meters on a block.
Through you, the maximum is 12 meters, so that would be 3 spots, the maximum.
So and that includes, so it's 1 to 3 spots, and that includes the blocks that have to go on either end of the, like how many spots ultimately get impeded if you put a parklet into the maximum size?
Through you, 3 spots. If you did the maximum size of 12 meters.
And adjacent stores and things can't assemble these parklets together, can they?
Through you, if the BIA or the businesses wanted to come together and have that be the outcome, then that would be something we would work with them on that, yes.
Okay. Hydrovaults. The report touches upon different things in the sidewalk surface area that have to have setbacks. Can a cafe go on top of a vault, like over a grill or one of those big concrete covers? And what did you talk to Hydro about that, and what did they say?
Through you, there is a minimum distance, and it would have to be 1 meter from the edge of the hydro vault. And yes, we did talk to Hydro about that as part of our consultation.
So can the hydro vault be inside the fence of a cafe area, or can you not put some, like one of these cafes, on top of a hydro vault? Like I get the setback of the fencing materials and so on, but can that be somewhere in the center of one of these corrals?
It could be, as long as the clearance distances are met. The reality is that, or the hydro needs to be able to access those vaults clearly if they have a situation where they need to get in.
Could we have a
so we would review that very carefully as part of a permitting exercise.
Does Hydro review it?
They would be circulated in that review, yes.
And through you, Mr. Chair, yes, they currently are, the current process does have that circulation through Hydro. We don't permit on top of Hydro vaults, but if Toronto Hydro does not object or permits it, then they would be permitted. But certainly that circulation goes on now and will go on going forward.
Okay, so theoretically, we could have tables and chairs on top of one of those grills. It's just that Hydro would have to object to it through the circulation process if they didn't desire that. Okay.
Through Mr. Chair, Hydro would have to approve it. We reject it outright.
I see. Okay, that's very helpful. Tree wells. I know that this come across Community Council. Sometimes there's metal grills around a tree or a concrete grill, and it's a square shape. It's usually quite large, like 6 feet, say 6 feet by 6 feet. And there's a little city tree in the middle that maybe is a few inches wide. When you measure the setback from the cafe, do you measure it from the edge of the tree well start, or do you measure it from the trunk of the tree?
Through you, if the tree grate is a flat and walkable grate, we would include it as part of the pedestrian clearway. If it was in a planter, then we would do one of 2 things likely. One is we would measure it from the planter. The other is that we would work to probably remove and alleviate the planter and relocate the tree.
Okay.
Or put the tree in a more accessible configuration.
I get that the planters are raised, and absolutely, you couldn't include that in a clear way, but what about, are there any grills or equipment that we have in the city or in the BIAs that would not qualify as a walkable surface, even though intuitively it might look like it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, where if it's not a flat surface surrounding the tree, then we will measure from the edge of the tree pit. I think the new standards are generally permitted, they're walkable surfaces, Barbara mentioned, but if they are not, then the measurement would start at the tree pit edge.
Okay, last question I'm going to squeeze in here. Can you tell me, are there some features in here that protects the city on two fronts? The first is in terms of liability of slips, trips, and falls, or people using the public space, and yet there's these encumbrances that have been added either as of right, because of the couple of permit categories that granted as of right, or by permit for these enclosures? And the second, and most importantly, do any of the businesses have a chance to make a claim to the city if we have to disrupt the permit area at any point in time for 6 months of road construction or whatever it is? The concern is the businesses will come back and say, look, we've been operating for 6 years, we can't open our cafe this summer, city, you owe us money. And are we able to have an adequate defense in that case? That's very important to me.
Through you, yes, it was in the previous rules, and it is in these rules as well.
Councillor Chin-Lee, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very simple clarification, that's all. On point 38, City Council direct A, it says 30 meters measured from the closest spot of a permitted area in residential zone. And then B says 1 meter of permitted area. Is B referring to mixed use other than residential? Because how can it be 30 meters and that only 1 meter? Point 38.
Through you, it is a meter minimum to the entrance of a dwelling unit.
So this would be mixed use then, because it's...
Could be mixed use, it could be, yeah, it would be mixed use, yes.
Right, because the other one reference residential and it's 30 meters away from residential. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I just have a couple questions. Let me tell myself. Okay, slide number 20, with regards to the temporary year-round cafe enclosures, during the consultation process, have you had any pushback from any of the stakeholders? Or
through you, what we've heard today, I think, represents a fair amount of the information that we got back. We certainly. People liked options. They liked the multiple options. They were generally supportive of the fact that we had gone to reduced fees, although, as we heard today, there's still some interest in taking that further. They liked the options of the temporary year-round cafe enclosures. They liked some of the separation distances, basically right-sizing and retrofitting the proposal to sort of the context within which it applies. And I think we certainly heard from the accessibility community their preference for a straight, clear way, which is why we went back to do some more work on what would be the right angle of that accessible path.
But that wouldn't be the case, most likely, because the full patio enclosures that I'm referring to and I see in the report are within residential flankages at corner locations where there is plenty of space that will not compromise the integrity of walkability. I'm referring to that.
Correct.
Thank you. In terms of delegated authority, is one of the recommendations is that anything that's not in compliance with the pedestrian clearway requirements will go to you, the General Manager of Transportation, in terms of appealing.
If it is appealed, and it is appealed based on the dimensions of the clearway related to safety and accessibility, that is the piece that would be sent to the general manager for that appeals process.
So that's the piece that will be taken away from the local community councils in terms of delegated authorities.
Correct.
And that
Just
will
the
go to the General Manager of Transportation.
An appeal based on pedestrian clearway only.
So within the community council or councils, and except for the pedestrian clearway requirements, just to be sure, you have total jurisdiction on that. So anything that you will go to the community council will have to be, It can be anything except the clearways.
Through you, the clearway and safety, so that would mean the parklet, right? If we were going to be putting a parklet forward on the street, that we would want to review that location quite specifically for safety.
Yeah, that's about it. Thank you so much. Great, so we have gone through, Councilor Di Giorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question with respect to grandfathering. So there's this imposed deadline of 2025. Is that a deadline imposed by the city, or is it provincial? Because I know one gentleman was talking about grandfathering being a pretty large issue, and I believe it is across the city.
Through you, the 2025 is not a deadline as per se. It's when the city is, when Ontario is requiring compliance with the AODA. And so we have set that as a goal, a target, I guess you could call it.
So does that provincial legislation preempt or eliminate grandfathering?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can be of some assistance on this one. The AODA indicates that it is a goal to try and achieve compliance by 2025. It doesn't require compliance, and there are exemptions under the Act in terms of, for example, if there is work that would disturb heritage work, that you wouldn't have to bring it into compliance. In addition, there are also, it discusses that you do not have to bring things in compliance where you are not rebuilding something. So if you're just repairing something, it also doesn't have to be brought into compliance in that time frame.
But if it's a total replacement, they ask you to come into compliance.
If it is a total replacement and a rebuild, and not just a repair, then you are required to meet the new standard.
All right, so there's some flexibility there. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll go to speakers now.
I'd like to speak.
Is visiting members and Councilor Fletcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Because I have, I'm just going to say that I support the report. A lot of good work has gone into that, and that some of the fees, I think, might still be a bit high. But what I don't want to do is I want to talk about something else that's related, because we're talking about clearways in the city. Coming here today, an elderly man, I picked him up on the sidewalk just past that curb, because he was very poorly sighted and with a cane, and when I was driving along, he tripped and fell. He did a face plant on the street. You can see that that is a curb that's built up in the Regent Park, brand new, that actually has white lines painted that would guide you as someone who is poorly sighted, that you could be walking there. That is of concern to me. Since we're talking about clearways, safe walking, that's a very unsafe condition. There's the curb on the other side of the street. Again, the same thing. White lines telling somebody you can walk there, and you are now hitting a curb. There's a lot of our street furniture that's placed in places that doesn't leave a lot of space. And that's one there. I don't think that's 2.1. That's our placement. There's many others. I didn't have a chance to bring too many more. That's on Dundas. Then I just want to take a trip up to Longo's to get a Starbucks, and you trip over the half-inch there of these little tiles that are people like to use them, but they dislodge quite easily, and that's a half-inch tripping standard. I found, and I've had many people tell me that are impaired visually or on motorized scooters in some way, that these tree pits that are favored by many BIAs and by the city are quite dangerous because you don't see it coming, and then now your toe is on there and now you're in the tree pit. So flush or higher would probably be much better. So this is a standard that we're currently using in many, many of the streets that we've looked at regarding the boulevard cafes, and I have great concern over it. And this is the pièce de résistance. This is walking across Elizabeth Street. You can see that our lines are painted, Now, you probably wouldn't start off there, I don't know, you'd see the line, but if you're coming across the street again, as that visually impaired senior that I met today, there's the lines that are telling you where you can walk, and is guiding you into two very large poles and to trip over a curb. So I really believe that these things are extremely important, that while we're looking at where we're putting our cafes and everything, which really started out as getting more money from them, that we can't forget about these very important public spaces that are on these roads. And quite frankly, most of this construction is new construction. So I do not know how we constructed the curb. I do know how we constructed the curb to prevent you from going up and hitting that. I don't understand how our line markings, our pavement markings, would guide you to that. It's of great concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other district member? If not, Councillor Davis.
I don't have any motions. I know that Councillor DeBaremaker is moving some, and I'll wait and see what else is moved here today. But I do want to just comment on two things. One of them is obviously the enforcement issue. And whatever we do, it has to be fair. And I would argue there needs to be a shorter as opposed to a longer phase-in period, because there are so many unauthorized, however you want to describe it, patios out on our street. They also have been interpreted over the years. The Clearway has been interpreted differently over the years. So at one point they were measuring from the corner of the patio to the closest obstruction, which was a tree planter. Or they measure from the corner of the patio to the wall of the building. And depending on what other street furniture you had, you may have received or may not have received a permit. So I don't even think there was consistency whatsoever in the application of our previous bylaw. I do think that we ought to say everyone has to abide by the same. I don't think we have obligations to grandparent to 2025 the existing permits. They were one-year permits. And if someone has built their entire business strategy and plan based on assuming in perpetuity that they're going to have renewals, well, that's a problem, but it's not ours. It should not be ours. Our number one obligation is to make sure that our streets are accessible, period. That is the number one priority. And if it takes people adjusting their patios, it takes our city adjusting and planning better for the location of street furniture, planning in a holistic way, block by block, I think that that's what we should be doing. The second thing is I really do want to understand this 20-degree angle that we're going to build into the standards. I don't think we should build it into the standards. I think it should be something that the discretion is given potentially to the general manager who's being given delegated authority around the throughway. So if there's some very good reason and there's no other solution but to create a meandering in the throughway, then she can address it. Right now, we've already got these meandering throughways. This will entrench it forever. We will never work towards, as we supposedly have been working towards, straight clearways. So I don't know whether you should be looking at something less, something at more reasonable, 10% or maximum of 10%. I don't know, but I'm really quite uncomfortable with the 20-degree clearway and the grandparenting till 2025. But otherwise, good work. The standards are great. I think we're going to have to make sure that we Really, we're going to have to make sure that the new 9 configurations and options, that they're evaluated. I heard someone come today and say, we really need to be looking at them, and if they don't work, they need to be stopped. So if there are no barriers, fences on the outside, and there are loose chairs, we've got to be looking at what those impacts are. And if we are going to have a meandering, there needs to be a cane identified, embedded something in the sidewalk to make sure people do understand that there is going to be a bend in the walkway as a prerequisite for the installation of any new ones that include any kind of a bend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Kristen Wentham.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to start off by thanking the deputants for their remarks today. I recognize that it's not, it may be very difficult to come forward and sort of demand what seems to be some very basic fundamental rights. And I want to just thank you for doing so. Sometimes I feel like we put people in positions to come and ask us for things that should just be somewhat common sense. But we are here, and I'm very grateful for your remarks. It was very, very helpful. And also the fact that you've been working with staff throughout the entire 2-year-plus process, which now brings me to my remarks to thank staff for their outstanding work. Creating harmonized bylaw for an amalgamated city is never straightforward. When you're talking about different streets, different grades, and different urban conditions, you're trying to make sense of it. It's not an easy body of work. And also to have 2 divisions come together to work collaboratively to an outcome, I think is also represents the best of the City of Toronto when we actually break our silos to come together. So I think the body of recommendations now before us is excellent. I recognize that there'll probably be refinements and tweaks as we learn and as we test them out, but certainly given all the considerations trying to bring balance to this particular issue, you've done an exceptional job, and I want you to be proud of the recommendations and really the integrity of the process. What we learned was in some ways a little bit disheartening. I'm disappointed to know that we've got so many people who are operating without permits. And also encroaching. I am a former business operator. I've had about half a dozen businesses. 2 of them were food related. And it would never occur to me to not apply for a permit. Always fearful that someone would take away my permit or take away my patio. So I'm actually shocked that people would take that risk. But it also tells us that perhaps they're testing our investigation capacity and our capacity to enforce. And maybe that's why we need to make sure that this body of regulations moving forward is going to have the investigative and enforcement teeth behind it. So I know that you're going to be doing some follow-up work. I think it's very important to provide business owners with the information so that they can come into compliance. It's not a matter of us or them. I think it's a matter of us working together, and I really strongly believe that. I'm very curious with all the new patio extensions and new recommendations. I'm curious because we actually played around with some of this in 2012. Elise Parker is nodding at me because when we created Celebrate Young for Yonge Street, we actually, for the first time, started to push the sidewalk edges around to see how we can drop in new extended patios, extended frontages. We introduced parklets on Church Street, and then we introduced curbside patios. And we did all of that without this body of regulation, which I know largely helped us get to this place. And I think it was actually really exciting to see that now business operators have a wider range of options, which they didn't have before. And that's incredibly exciting. And I hope that businesses recognize that there's a lot of good stuff in here for them. So they should be also celebrating that this document gives them the options to even be more profitable and to succeed. I'm going to speak just very briefly about the AOD requirements. Ontario is a very large place, 444 municipalities. The average medium in population is just over 7,000. I would say that you know, we are all very enthusiastic about the adoption of the 2.1. But you know, somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm actually thinking perhaps 2.1 is rather modest as an increment in terms of what we would adopt in the city. But I also recognize that is the staff's attempt to create that balance place for all of us to operate. In downtown Toronto, it was referenced several times that you know, it's a very populated place. Just to share with you what we're doing. In downtown Toronto, by minimum standard these days, we're pushing for 6-meter sidewalks. The planning staff and urban design staff will know we've just started to do that. And on Yonge Street, we're actually going for 10 meters with the Yonge Street environmental assessment because we know the population is growing. We're going to need more and more people. And even if people are living with full ability, what we've learned is that people don't want to be in places that are not comfortable. And if they're crowded, whether you use a mobility device or you don't, people just want to have that excellence of comfort of space. And if we can create that, then we're going to be much better, every single one of us, whether we live with a disability or not. So thank you very much for the time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deputy Mayor De Veromica. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand that you have a referral motion, and I believe that my motions will go, I suppose, as part of a package with yours back to staff for a report forward. So I'm just, maybe if the clerks could put my first motion on the screen. I'm just moving that City Council direct that all permit holders must meet the pedestrian clearway and fencing requirements of this chapter by their permit expiry date on, oh, that's a little typo up there. It should be by December 31st, 2020. The previous goal was 2025. I think saying, again, staff will report back on the date of December 31st, 2020. That gives most owners, so it gives all owners 3 years to change what they have to change. To say that we are going to give you 8 years, why? Well, because that's when OADA goal kicks in. But I think our goal should be a little stronger and a little faster than that. I think if I was a cafe owner and I was told and informed by our city staff that maybe my railing had to be pushed in by 2 feet in order to help people get by safely, I don't think that would pose a hardship. And again, I think that perhaps there may be exceptions in 2020 where they say, well, 150 people did comply, and there are 4 cafes that cannot apply, or 10 cafes that cannot apply for these very valid reasons, and I think then we could grant them an exception. I think my motion 1B, if they can put it on the screen. And I'm just asking staff, which will again the report back on, to add 1 full-time equivalent enforcement staff to be recovered through the permit fees on a cost recovery basis. Staff did a very quick calculation, and when you look at their fees, it goes from $88 when it's all sort of implemented, from $88 to about $93. So it's, from my perspective, an incremental cost. But in terms of enforcement, all of our bylaws don't actually mean anything. Like the photographs we were all shown today, what good is having a bylaw that says trucks shouldn't be parked on the road if there's nobody actually enforcing that bylaw? Sorry, not on the road, on the sidewalk, if people say that if there's no enforcement. And then finally, as the city's tree advocate, I'm just going to ask staff again, and they'll report back, to consider changing the bylaw, because the bylaw accidentally said that if Frank's Cafe, who's sitting next to me, actually goes and can plant a tree there, he's got to pay $1,300. But if I'm Glenn's Cafe next to him and there's some cement in front of me and there is no tree there now, I actually don't pay. So what you have is a situation where Frank is going to pay $1,300 one-time fee. Glenn's Cafe, literally adjacent to him and next door, isn't going to pay the fee. So I look forward to staff reporting back on that to make sure that, 1, we have fairness, so Glenn's Cafe and Frank's Cafe are treated fairly and equally, and 2, that we do contribute to the city's tree canopy, because if Frank's Cafe and Glenn's Cafe both take up the sidewalk space where we could have had trees, now we can't have trees, they should be contributing on a one-time basis. So that we can the city can plant a tree either down the street, around the corner, or in a local park. Mr. Chair, I'm glad that our staff are 20 years after amalgamation, are bringing us a report saying we should have a standard in the city that applies equally to everybody and takes into account, I'll call it best practices around the world. 20 years is a very long time, and I'm sure very frustrating time for people who have mobility issues, who are blind or seeing impaired, that this going to work is dangerous for them. Going to get a cup of coffee at Longo's is actually dangerous for them. Going to get a cup of coffee, walking to work, or walking your dog, or like the one gentleman said, I think he left, if his doctor says to him you should get a little bit more exercise to make sure that you don't get diabetes, that he says, no, I might have to get diabetes because going for walks out on the sidewalk might result in bodily harm to myself. So I think these amendments are long overdue. I do think, like Councillor Wong Tam has mentioned, our staff have done a very good job working together. It's a very complicated Rubik's Cube because we are not just regulating for one cafe or two cafes. There's tens of thousands of them out there. The configurations, and I think Councillor Fletcher showed a good example where every telephone pole, every newspaper box, every chair, every table changes how we move around the city, and it is very complicated. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd encourage committee members here to refer this, to support your motion to refer it back to staff, to get some more information, more details, and then let's move forward with making our city a much more beautiful and livable place. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Questions from the mover?
Yeah, I had a question about all three of your motions. So you discussed the first one, forgetting the one above.
What's the time frame?
Okay. So
We were going to
just
eliminate
for-
the words by their permit expiry date.
Okay, so just for clarification, are you directing staff to do this or asking for them to review this?
Well, if we were going to adopt the recommendations today, I would have directed them to do it, but then since it's being referred back, this will go back as part of the referral. So staff will report back to us on the feasibility or advisability of doing this, which I'm happy with. Staff can come back and comment.
Just so the language that I'm reading is direct, must meet. So that seems like there's not a window.
If it was adopted today, that's what it would mean, but it's being referred back along with Councillor Palazzo's motion, so that staff are going to report back to us.
To review.
At least that's what the clerk told me, so.
Okay. And does the municipality have any influence on that, given that it's a provincial deadline?
Well, no, I think that's the mistake maybe our staff have made, or I don't want to call it a mistake. That is a date that the staff have made, saying, well, the province has a goal of 2025, so we'll give everybody till 2025 to fix what to me is either minor changes in their patios or two, very important changes to their patios to make sure that you and I and all of our friends and neighbors can walk to work safely. Like I asked staff, why 2025? There is no real rationale other than a provincial goal. But people don't need 8 years to fix their patio.
Okay, your second motion is, if I could see the second motion to the clerk, if I could see the second, I know one's about tree. Okay, so this is very vague. It doesn't really, you're saying cost recovery, so that's always music to my ears.
Yes.
But you're not really directing it. You're just giving them one more FTE versus directing it to a particular endeavor. Like, can they also go out and deal with the idling bylaw?
Well, I'll check with the clerks again, and I thought my motion, so that's my error. It should be this specifically for enforcement of this bylaw.
So trucks on the sidewalk, et cetera.
Yes, just like, and if I can give you a quick example, when we did the rental landlord licensing, we actually gave staff more staff on a cost recovery basis for that program.
I recall. Okay.
Same thing here. We would say through the fees.
Okay.
Which staff will report back to us on what they will be, because I don't think it's a big increment, but what they will be so that we can have at least one full-time equivalent staff person enforcing the bylaw.
And this is, again, is to review. This is to ask staff to review.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. And then the last question, I didn't understand your tree business here at all. So what do you, in kind of a brief way, what are you recommending on the trees?
Yes, in a brief way, basically, one, to treat everybody the same, because when you actually read their fee structure, people who plant trees pay more than cafes who don't plant trees. which seems to be backwards. So the people who do good things, which is plant trees or give us money in lieu of planting a tree, have to pay money, and their next door neighbor doesn't. So I'm asking staff to report back, and when it goes to the referral with Councillor Palazzo's motion, staff report back to say, is it just better to say everybody, when they come and get one of these permits, gives us a one-time $1,300 fee, because by having these patios, you are eliminating the possibility of the city planting a tree in front of your business.
But I just heard from small business that they're struggling a bit, so I don't know. I love trees, trust me, but I'm just a little bit worried that we haven't consulted at all with the.
Well, it's going to be referred back to staff, and staff will come back. I don't think it's going to provide a hardship at all. If you are having Jay's Cafe and you're going to have a patio in front of your cafe, and you stop the city from planting a tree because of it, I think the least you can do as a good corporate citizen is say, you know what, the city could have planted a tree in front of my cafe. I'm going to take up that space and occupy that space with my patio, therefore I'm going to do a one-time $1,300 fee. So if your patio stays there for a decade, it's like paying $130 a year in rent.
Okay.
I think staff will report back and advise us on the feasibility of it, and then we can consider it. But again, wearing my tree advocacy hat, I noticed that the fee structure on page 31 of the report didn't seem fair, because some people were paying the fee and some people weren't. And this motion basically says everybody will pay the fee. Not just Frank and not Glenn, but Glenn and Frank together.
Great. And any other questions to the mover? Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reading this, in some circumstances, there may be a shared responsibility to help bring the clearway in compliance. And in particular, sometimes there are city objects that are in the pathway, bike rings, boxes, garbage cans, whatever it is. Do you feel confident that, much in the same way that we're asking the business owners to come into compliance, that the city will be able to meet its part in those instances where we've got a garbage can in the wrong place by 2020? Because we're already, at the cusp of 2018. We've only got a couple of seasons really to make these changes.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I think 3 years is enough. Staff will report back, and they can tell us if they think 3 years is reasonable for both the private sector cafes and themselves. As you saw, there was a telephone pole in the middle of a walkway, so I would hope that could be moved within 3 years. But if they say no, we can't move that for 5 years, then I think that should be the exception, not the rule. But I think the goal of the public sector, certainly we should be taking the lead. So if we have, I'll call it accidentally over time, put in some of those garbage cans in the middle of a walkway, which makes it difficult for people to get by, then first on our to-do list should be moving back those garbage cans and newspaper boxes, other things that we put out there, to make sure that we do our bit just as much as the private sector, and in fact, hopefully more, to lead by example.
Just curious about the fixation on the 2020 date. It is aggressive, and I laud you for that, for trying to get improvements to the clearway. I just worry about the feasibility. Would it be a friendly amendment if it was just to ask the general manager to look at accelerating the date sooner than 2025, rather than fixing a particular year?
I would consider that a friendly amendment. I think staff, if I can get there, I think staff are back there. They sort of know what direction we want to go. Yeah.
And the intent would be to have some comment, if there is a report back, on if there are any opportunities, especially if it's a city object that's in the way, to see if we can accelerate the time frame rather than 5 years from now.
Yes, I'd be very happy at one level if staff came back and said, well, we can't do it in 3 years, but we think 5 years is reasonable versus 8 years. So yes, I'll ask if the clerk can amend that accordingly as a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Any other questions to the mover? If not, we'll continue with speakers. Madam Chair Robinson.
Oh, thank you.
You are next.
I don't know what mic's mine anymore. All right. Is there somebody else who could speak before me? Because I'm just working on a couple.
Any other speaker? If not, I'll take the plunge then. I do have.
Am I okay? Can I go now? Or? Okay, so I have a couple motions, but, okay, I'll just speak on it, and they're very simple motions. Related, so I also want to thank staff for their hard work. I also want to thank all the speakers today. We certainly heard a lot of good ideas from actually a number of councillors as well as the speakers. And I do think this certainly needs some refinement and tweaks. There's no question there. We heard that from when we asked questions to our various city staff. There seems to be a lot of questions still around, you know, how many patios would be affected both now and down the road with the new requirements. And that doesn't seem to be crystal clear among a number of other things. Also, we've heard some issues around the patio fees. Number of patios that are impacted and the fees. So I think there's still a lot of legwork to be done, research and logistics, but I'm moving motions on a couple things, and that is related to construction trucks. We heard that from, I think it was Emily. This is a real problem that is a growing problem, and so it's a very simplistic motion, but just asking how we can simply effectively address that issue. And it's not an easy, there's not an easy answer to that, but I use the word effectively because it's not effectively happening now. The other one that I'm putting forward is, I think it was Councillor Fletcher who identified these things, just how we can better review our curb cuts so they properly align with the street. She indicated one of her constituents felled today because of that very issue. So I want this embedded in what's going forward because it's so important to ensure that the walkways are clear as we access our intersections and trying to connect with the sidewalk, as well as the tree pits. We heard today also that the tree pits are not necessarily flush with the sidewalk or they create problems. So going I don't think we can, you know, at this point rebuild everything, but we can certainly try to get it right going forward. And so I just put in a simple motion about tree pits being flush with the sidewalk. So this would be part of Councillor Palacio's motion that I guess he will introduce next. But is that, oh, I just want to make sure with the clerk that this is part of a referral. Okay, I see. And then we just plug it in. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. So I guess those are really my comments. I think there's a lot more tweaking, as I said, to do and refining. Things aren't crystal clear yet, but staff have certainly done a lot of great legwork to get us here. The utility boxes we heard about today, I understand it's OEB that have now regulated those go up, not under, but that seems a shame. But I know we're dealing with that as a parallel exercise, so I won't go on about that. But I think it's important to keep our eye on all of these things. So I'll be supporting Councillor Palacio's motion as well as my motions, and I'm still trying to figure out Councillor de Bearmaker's motions.
Thank you. It's a question to the mover. Councillor Lee.
Just a point of clarification on yours. You're talking about trucks and so on blocking. You're not referring to emergency trucks, right? Like
no.
I see sometimes Bell is trying to repair, you know.
Yeah, I'm talking, and I guess I should have been a little clearer. I did say construction trucks.
Yes. Okay.
If you want to alter that motion, I'm happy for any friendly amendments.
No, it's fine. I mean, I just have clarification that
around development.
I do see emergency vehicles being parked, like police cars.
Yes.
Bell trucks repairing and so on. Yeah.
I guess what I had in my mind was construction trucks,
yes,
and they can be very big.
Yeah.
So.
Is any other questions? If not, the next speaker is Deputy Mayor Holiday. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief because I understand that there is an encompassing referral motion that may be coming. I did have some questions, and I wanted to take a look at the parking fees associated with parklets. And I just wanted to make sure that we did keep the city whole. Parking spaces are important. They contribute to successful businesses along the street. They contribute to people being able to come and visit their friends, their neighbors in different areas. the installation of a parklet could take away these parking spaces. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, as long as there's a process used to come to a decision on that. But part of the balance in all of this is the revenue that comes from those parking spaces does go back to the city and is used to look after the roads. So I think, speaking for the city as a whole, it's important for us to keep them all whole. And I understand that it could be 1, 2, or 3 parking spaces that are taken up in a parklet. And I wanted to get some additional information on the value of these parking spots, because they have come up in other city reports, and making sure that is all bound together and considered here in those fees that are charged when those parking spaces, decision is made to take up those parking spaces for a period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anyone else? If not, we have a minor amendment from Deputy Mayor De Remaker.
Mr. Chair, the clerks advised me that I should have them put this motion on the screen again because I amended it as per the friendly amendment suggested by Councillor Holiday, which is just to say that direct that permit holders meet this before 2025, and that's what the staff are going to review. So my date said 2025. This is asking staff to look to put it up before 2025.
Thank you.
And they'll report back on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other speakers? If not,
I'll just be very brief.
Please.
I will be supporting and
I'm sorry,
referring.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
I think I'll be supporting your referral motion, plus all the others to be included in the referral back to staff for inclusion in future report coming back. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. To the point. Fantastic. Thank you. So I have a motion that's a little bit lengthy, and that's taking care of a few recommendations from my colleagues, from the Deputy Mayor Holiday, Deputy Mayor De Remaker, Chair Robinson, and so there is some of those recommendations there. If we can display those motions, please. And I'll speak to it shortly. First, I want to thank you all, the deputants, for taking the time to come and speak to these joint committees of licensing standards and public works. Also, I want to thank city staff for bringing forward a clear, comprehensive, and harmonized by law. And I understand that you may be a bit disappointed with the referral, but that's the will of the joint committees. Today we heard from both, from the accessibility committee as well as from the business community. We heard from deputants that that's very important to have clear, simple rules that for enforcement purposes, and that you prefer to see and proactive enforcement as opposed to complaint and driven enforcement. That's at least what I heard throughout the deputations. We also heard from the business community through ORMA as well as TAVIA that many business operators and business in general, especially in the downtown, will be hurt if the proposed regulations as they are right now will go forward, and where hundreds of businesses may be affected as well. So knowing full well that the small businesses are the heart of the local economy, I think that there is a need to do a little bit of tweaking and just to go back and revisit some of those recommendations. Now, I'd like to speak a bit about year-round enclosures, patios that I brought that forward back in 2010, and there was a report back in 2011. And ever since, the recommendations have been in favor of it, and that's been embedded in this report. So the reality of it is that in many European and North American cities, they have adopted, they have embraced the patio and pedestrian culture, huge. And that makes those cities so vibrant and welcoming. We have New York, we have Chicago, we have Seattle, Montreal, Vancouver, just to name a few. So these are examples of places where they have become operational and without compromising the integrity of of walkability and within our public sidewalks, and that's during summer, the winter months, year-round, literally speaking. Now, one thing that's extremely important for all of us to bear in mind is that Toronto's multicultural diversity is expressed in dining establishments. That's our strength. And that's all throughout the city. It's not only in the downtown, it's all throughout the city. Now, if a patio is well designed, and then that becomes a destination hub, that becomes a place that enhances the local community, that brings life and vitality to the community. And that's extremely important. So I think that there is no pushback from anywhere in terms of embracing that. And I think that's something that we should be doing it. And on the other hand, the way it is, those enclosures, they have to be taken down during the winter months. And what becomes is a place for storage that becomes very unsightly. And I don't think that's what we want. So unfortunately, the municipal code deals with, it's so old and archaic in that it predates amalgamation and nothing has been done. So there is a need to make changes to it, to modernize it, and that will make our patio culture more vibrant in the City of Toronto, and there is a need to modernize it. So I'm with my 5 minutes there. So those are my comments, and hopefully that you'll support those recommendations. Thank you. So we have some recommendations, and I'm going to ask the clerk in terms of sequence how we are voting on these ones. Please.
Motions referring the other motions moved for consideration by staff as well.
What I'm proposing is to refer back everything to city staff, all the recommendations. All the recommendations.
Okay, that includes all.
So for their consideration, and that's from the transport, that's.
And does your motion specify a date to come back to committee or joint committee? January?
I do. is to the earliest possible time. Is to the earliest possible time. So I think that city staff, they do deserve in every sense to be given the time that's appropriate. Don't forget they have a number of directives from council and from our committees as well that they're working on it, on those, and that's within the work plan. So since this being a priority, I'm sure that's going to come back soon. Great. So we have all these motions. Would you like to take them as a package or separately? As a package. Okay. So we can take them all as a package. All those in favor? Against? Carry. Great. Thanks so much. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Lee, thanks so much. Great.
Just let everybody know that this is the items referred, plus all the motions have been referred.
So just in essence, the item has been referred and all the motions have been referred to city staff.